the orcs are remembered as a crafted species shaped long ago as a warrior race once called the Crow Ark, brought into being by the ancient reptilian Old Ones, who are known among the orcs as the Brain Boys. In those distant ages, their forms were greater, and their knowledge reached further, with some standing at immense heights and using tools more advanced than those seen among their descendants today. They were made for a single purpose: to fight the Necrons and the Catan in a vast conflict known as the War in Heaven, a struggle that shattered the old galactic order that came before the rise of the Eldari. From that origin, their nature was fixed, strong in body, aggressive in spirit, and guided more by instinct than by reflection. Within their kind, there exists a group known as the Odd Boys, who carry a strange and quiet understanding of machines, not learned through study, but remembered through something deeper. Their skill rests within them, shaped into their very nature by the design of the Brain Boys, so that even without teaching, they know how to build and maintain what they need. This instinctive knowledge extends across their kind in simple ways, allowing Mech Boys to work with machinery as though recalling something long forgotten, rather than discovering it anew. It gives their creations a rough and unpredictable form, yet in their hands those creations function with surprising force. Though they were denied individual psychic strength, there is still a shared presence among them, a subtle bond that gathers strength through belief. When enough of them accept something as true, it begins to take shape in reality, drawn into being through the unseen currents of the immaterium. This shared belief touches even the smallest details of their creations, so that a weapon painted in a certain way may behave as they expect it to, simply because their collective will supports it. In the same quiet way, devices that function for them may fall silent in the hands of others, as though the unseen support that sustained them has faded away. When the Emperor of Mankind revealed himself after the long darkness of the Age of Strife, he gathered Terra into unity and turned his gaze outward toward the stars. With the Imperium taking shape, his fleets moved across the galaxy, seeking to reclaim the scattered worlds of humanity. In those early expansions, the Imperium encountered the orcs again and again, meeting a force that was both relentless and deeply rooted across many regions of space. Within the Telon Reach, there stood an orc empire centered upon the scrap world of Goro, a place shaped by the hands of Meg Boys who ruled through their command of strange and powerful technologies. Their fascination with the rare form of plasma created weapons of immense destructive force, and this power slowed the advance of the Imperial fleets as they pressed forward. The Emperor declared that Goro must be destroyed, and when the time came, he led the assault himself, standing beside Horus of the Luna Wolves as their fleet entered the system. The attack moved inward rather than from above, as the planet resisted bombardment, and so the Space Marines carved their way through its layers of scrap. The Emperor advanced with his chosen warriors, and the fighting grew intense as the orcs revealed their strength, towering in size and enhanced with crude augmentations that made them formidable even against Astartes. In the midst of that struggle, the Emperor was separated from his guard, and for a moment stood alone, among countless enemies. Horus broke through the fighting to reach him, striking down the orc leader that had seized him, and together they continued deeper until they reached the core of the world. There the Emperor worked to collapse the great plasma sphere that sustained the planet, drawing it inward until the structure could no longer hold. Goro folded in upon itself, leaving behind only a hollow shell of metal where once a vast orc domain had stood. Later, the Olenor Crusade marked a great gathering of imperial strength aimed at the empire of the warlord Orlok Uruk. Vast numbers of space marines, soldiers, and ships were brought together, and the Luna Wolves led the final assault into the heart of the fortress world. Horus faced the warlord directly, cutting through the knobs that stood before him, and in the end, the orc leader fell, cast down from his own stronghold. With their leader gone, the orc forces faltered, and the battle turned into a final and overwhelming defeat. In the aftermath, the campaign stood as a defining moment, representing the greatest concentration of orcs overcome by the Imperium before later wars would rise to challenge that memory. In a later age, a great surge of orc power rose once more, forming a vast wow that came to be known as the War of the Beast. It was led by a figure known only as the Beast, and its reach extended across the Imperium, growing until even Terra itself was placed in danger. The attack spread with increasing force, surpassing earlier conflicts in scale, and the sense of safety that had followed earlier victories began to fade. This war became the greatest struggle since the time of the Horus Heresy, as the Imperium faced an enemy that seemed to advance without limit. World after world felt the pressure of this vast movement, and the conflict continued until the Imperium turned to its most desperate measures. An assault was launched against the orc homeworld of Olenor Prime, with the aim of ending the threat at its source. The cost of that decision was severe, and many of the Imperium's forces were left diminished by the effort required to bring the war to an end. Yet from that hardship came new structures, as the Ordo Xenos was formed within the Inquisition, and the Death Watch was established from veteran space marines. These were shaped with a clear purpose: to watch for threats beyond humanity and to act before such dangers could grow again to such overwhelming strength. Orcs appear as massive, heavily muscled humanoids with green skin and red blood, their strange biology shaped by a deep bond with fungal life. Their bodies are dense and resilient, able to endure punishment that would end most other creatures, and even the most severe wounds seem to trouble them very little. It is not unusual for an orc to keep fighting through injuries that would be fatal, and for a brief time they may continue even after death has already claimed them. Their survival is made possible by a crude but effective form of treatment practiced by Bane Boys, whose methods resemble an older and simpler understanding of surgery. An orc may lose his head and still be restored by attaching it to another body, returning to battle with little more than confusion. This strange resilience shapes their outlook, and pain holds little meaning for them, so they react with curiosity and rough amusement to the suffering of others. Their bodies recover at an extraordinary rate, and even and those torn apart can be stitched together and brought back into the fight. Only the most complete destruction, such as burning them entirely, ensures that they do not return again. In form, they resemble a hunched version of a human, though if they stood upright, they would be taller, with long arms that hang low and powerful hands that end in sharp clawed fingers. Their skin is thick and rough, marked with scars and small parasites, and their skulls are so strong that heavy blows rarely break them. Beneath a heavy brow, red eyes burn with constant aggression, and their wide jaws carry jagged teeth suited for tearing flesh. When they speak, their voices are slow and rough, their words brief and direct. Their diet often includes squids, small creatures that vary in form and purpose, from simple feeding beasts to aggressive companions used in combat or strange contests. Larger variants exist as well, including the towering squigoth, a creature strong enough to carry great loads or crush structures underfoot. Orcs grow throughout their lives, and those who survive many battles become larger and more dominant. Strength and success bring respect, and this drives further growth until one orc is defeated by another who is stronger or more cunning. Leaders such as knobs and war bosses grow to immense sizes, while groups like flash kits stand apart with their obsession for weapons and their greater physical presence. Their bodies are not purely animal, but a blend of two living systems intertwined, one resembling a creature of flesh and the other a fungal element that carries shared genetic knowledge. This inner component supports healing and provides energy when needed, and it also holds the information that shapes all orcoid life. Some believe this biology arose from ancient masters, with one theory placing snotlings at the center of their creation, while another speaks of a warrior species known as the Crow Ark, formed by the Old Ones in ancient wars. The latter view is widely accepted, supported by the existence of a complete ecosystem that emerges wherever orcs spread. Within their nature lies a hidden genetic memory, often described as a form of instinctive knowledge. As they grow, this knowledge awakens, guiding them in combat, in the use of weapons, and in their harsh language. Specialists such as neck boys and pain boys draw upon this same source, ensuring that even in a hostile universe, the orcoid race continues to endure. There are many ideas about what gives orcs their unusual strength, and some suggest that their bodies carry traits of both animals and fungal organisms. Their green color may come from a substance similar to algae, spread throughout their cells, quietly working to repair damage and sustain them beyond normal limits. This inner process allows them to recover with remarkable speed, and even a severed head can remain alive for a time, waiting to be reattached by the rough hands of a pain boy. Such acts are not rare among them, and the boundary between life and death feels uncertain in their presence. Yet beneath this resilience lies a relentless hunger for battle that defines their nature. When orcs descend upon a world, the destruction does not end with a single conflict, but returns again and again like a disease that cannot be cured. Even after a victory, new orcs begin to emerge from hidden places, growing quietly until they are ready to strike. Those who survive carry stories of the fight across the void, drawing others who seek the same challenge, and soon fresh forces arrive to continue the assault. Each wave grows stronger, supported both by newcomers and by those that rise from the world itself, until the defenders are surrounded on all sides. Resistance only deepens the crisis, as every fallen orc seems to make way for more, and each battle invites even greater numbers. Over time, this constant pressure gathers into a massive force, a rising tide of violence that reaches a point where it cannot be held back. At that stage, the world faces only two paths, and neither offers relief, for it must either fight until nothing remains, or abandon itself to the endless presence of the greenskins. Orcs thrive across the galaxy in vast numbers, and this is tied to the unusual way they reproduce, releasing spores that settle into the ground and begin a slow transformation. Beneath the surface, these spores form a living womb, nurturing new life that emerges in stages, each one shaping the next. First come simple creatures like squigs, followed by smaller beings that tend them and cultivate the fungal growth that sustains everything. From there, more complex forms arise, building settlements and preparing the ground for the orcs themselves to emerge. This process creates a complete and self-sustaining ecosystem that travels with them, providing food, labor, and support wherever they spread. Even when an invasion is defeated, the spores remain hidden, continuing their silent work until new orcs rise again. During their lives, they release these spores constantly, but at the moment of death, the release becomes far greater, ensuring that their presence lingers long after the battle ends. Years later, new tribes may appear from the wilderness, as if the land itself has turned against its former inhabitants. Because of this, removing them entirely is almost impossible once they have taken root, and only the most extreme measures can ensure that no trace remains, leaving nothing behind for their life cycle to begin anew. The Gretchen share a similar form to the orcs, though their bodies lack the same strength and resilience, and so they rely on a different kind of survival. There is a restless cleverness in them, a low cunning that guides their every movement, and it shows in the way they scurry close to larger greenskins on thin legs, their fingers always reaching, always ready to snatch something left unguarded. Their appearance is striking in its own unsettling way, with large swollen heads and wide torn ears that press flat when fear takes hold, which happens often in their uneasy lives. Their jaws are lined with sharp fangs, and there is a quiet malice behind their gaze whenever a chance for harm presents itself. A broad nose grants them a keen sense of smell, and their hearing is just as sharp, while their sight remains clear even when darkness settles in. These traits give them a fragile advantage, enough to endure in a society filled with predators far larger and more dangerous than themselves. Some among them seem almost guided by instinct beyond reason, as if fortune bends slightly in their favor, allowing them to slip through dangers that should have ended them. They survive also through behavior, bowing and flattering their orc masters with careful obedience, though behind those backs, small acts of defiance sometimes take place. Most know better than to risk open rebellion, and so they remain quick to learn becoming assistants to more powerful orcs, or finding ways to remain unseen in narrow tunnels and scrap-filled hideouts. When war arrives, those hiding places offer no safety, as they are driven out in great numbers by handlers and their beasts, forced into the chaos they would rather avoid. Alone, a single Gretchen is no great threat, yet in numbers they become something else entirely, advancing in dense mobs with crude weapons that spit scattered fire before they rush forward to strip the fallen of anything of value. Even seasoned fighters have found themselves overwhelmed when surrounded by these shrieking figures, especially in confined places where escape is no longer possible. In the depths of starships, they move with unsettling purpose, avoiding the fiercest battles and instead slipping through narrow passages, tearing apart machinery, or descending upon wounded crews who cannot defend themselves. It is in these quiet acts of destruction that their presence becomes most feared, as vital systems fail and hidden paths spill forth waves of grasping forms, forcing even the strongest foes to recognize the danger carried by these small and relentless creatures. Snotlings appear as even smaller reflections of Gretchen, their bodies slight and underdeveloped, their limbs too weak to handle anything beyond fragments of broken material. There is little aggression in them compared to their larger kin, and so they are not suited for battle, often kept as simple companions or used in strange ways by their masters. Their role becomes clearer away from combat, where they tend to the living systems that sustain orc settlements, carefully cultivating thick growths of fungi that provide food, drink, and medicine. In these quiet tasks, they serve an essential purpose, even if their presence is rarely valued. They also care for the creatures that dwell in the foul pits of these settlements, forming a strange connection with the squiggly beasts that thrive there. This closeness comes at a cost, as many are consumed by the very beings they tend, yet the cycle continues without pause. Over all of this stands the control of harsh overseers, who keep the snotlings in line through fear and force, using tools and beasts alike to maintain obedience. Under such watchful and unforgiving rule, the snotlings continue their work, sustaining the larger ecosystem that depends on them, even as they remain among its most vulnerable members. Squigs exist as a shifting and ever-present part of the orcoid world, forming a living network that feeds on waste and feeds the creatures above them in turn. They consume what is discarded along with anything else they encounter, and in time they themselves become sustenance for the orcs, completing a cycle that feels constant and unending. There are many kinds of these creatures, each shaped for a different purpose, and their uses stretch across the daily life of orc society. Some provide strange fluids used to keep machines moving, while others are brought in to mend flesh, their actions crude yet effective in restoring what has been damaged. Many more varieties exist, each serving a role that may seem unusual, from those kept for carrying items to those bred for more peculiar functions. Among them, certain forms stand out for their aggression, reduced almost entirely to a snapping mouth, driven forward on legs, eager to bite and tear at anything within reach. These creatures are not only tools, but also symbols, kept by powerful figures as companions that enforce their will in brutal ways. Beyond these controlled uses, countless others grow and multiply in the depths of orc settlements, filling the dark pits with movement and danger, so that even a simple journey through those places carries an edge of uncertainty. From scattered pirate enclaves to vast empires stretching across entire systems, orc holdings take many forms, yet each carries the same weight of violence that seeps into every corner of conquered ground. When greenskins descend upon a world, they do not arrive alone in spirit, because an entire ecosystem follows with them, pressing outward until the land itself feels changed. Their presence settles into places where few others could endure, and it becomes clear that their kind can exist almost anywhere. They have been found thriving in toxic wastelands, on young worlds still trembling with volcanic force, and even within the hollow remains of abandoned structures drifting in orbit. Some linger among drifting ice, others cling to irradiated rocks near burning stars, and still others endure within swamps that eat away at anything weaker than themselves. Stories speak of their spread into the darkest and most broken places, including worlds left in ruin after total destruction, where nothing else should remain. There are even whispers of hidden enclaves deep within forbidden regions, though such claims are often dismissed, spoken only by those who have seen too much. Where one orc is seen, more soon follow, and their numbers seem to grow with unsettling speed. A small group can swell into a vast and unruly mass within a short span of time, and no single explanation has ever settled how this happens. Some believe they divide or spread through unseen means, while others speak of spores carried by the wind after death. Whatever the truth may be, their growth is constant, and their nature does not change. Each battle shapes them, making them larger and more dangerous, and this steady rise in strength allows them to overwhelm defenses with ease. A handful that slips into the hidden depths of a city will return not long after, transformed into a force that sweeps through everything in its path. Their society follows a simple rule that rarely changes, where size and brutality determine place. The largest dominate those beneath them, and those in turn push down even smaller beings who serve their needs. Beneath them all are the smallest creatures, simple and obedient, whose purpose rarely reaches beyond basic labor. Despite this structure, there is little room for negotiation or careful thought. Their language does not hold space for diplomacy, and disputes are resolved through force, as though violence itself is a form of speech they all understand. Strategy is often dismissed, and retreat is seen as something that does not belong to them, leaving only conflict as their natural state. The way of orc life moves forward without hesitation, guided by instinct rather than reflection, and shaped by an endless cycle of conflict that never truly settles. They do not question their actions or seek better methods, and instead continue as they always have, driven by a culture whose origins have long been forgotten. At its core lies a simple idea that even the smallest among them can grasp, where strength alone defines authority, and those who possess it rise without resistance. An orc will follow another only if that figure is larger and stronger, and this rule holds firm across every gathering of their kind. At the top stand the war bosses, towering figures whose sheer presence enforces obedience, and whose rise is often marked by violence rather than careful planning. Some may use cunning, yet most claim power through force, striking down any who oppose them and asserting control over all within reach. Beneath them are the knobs, who serve as enforcers and reminders of that power, standing larger and more aggressive than the rest, and ensuring that commands are followed without question. Their presence keeps order in a way that feels constant, though it is always maintained through the threat of harm. The greater mass of orc society is formed by the boys, large groups of fighters who gather into mobs and move as the main body of any force. These groups can swell into great numbers, especially among certain clans known for their sheer volume of warriors, and they form the visible strength of any orc gathering. Outside of battle, much of the burden falls upon the Gretchen, smaller beings who handle tasks that require patience or repetition. They prepare food, carry supplies, and keep things moving, often existing in the background until called upon. Their role is accepted with little resistance, as it has always been this way, and questioning it rarely leads anywhere useful. Some among them find small ways to benefit, creating their own systems of trade and exchange, and building a quiet layer of activity beneath the louder presence of their masters. Orc groupings shift and change with little warning, shaped by conflict and held together by the strength of those who lead them. A warband may be small or vast, yet it always forms around the same principle, where power decides who commands and who follows. Several of these warbands gather into tribes, each one bound to a dominant figure who holds control through force alone. Above them stand even greater leaders, whose influence stretches across many such groups, drawing them together under a single presence that few would dare to challenge. Alongside these shifting structures exists something more constant, a sense of belonging, tied to clans that stretch far beyond any single location. These clans are not bound by place, but by shared ways of thinking, and by traits that seem to echo across generations. Each clan carries its own identity, marked by colors, symbols, and patterns of behavior that shape how its members fight and live. Though tribes may break apart and reform, these ties remain, forming a deeper layer beneath the chaos. Within a tribe, orcs from different clans stand side by side, even as rivalries simmer between them. Yet, when faced with a common enemy, these differences fade, and their focus shifts entirely toward conflict. Leadership within a tribe depends on the strength of a single warlord, whose presence prevents constant infighting and holds the group together. Beneath that figure, smaller leaders guide individual war bands, each one commanding a portion of the whole. These war bands differ greatly, shaped by preference and habit, with some favoring speed, others heavy weapons, and many relying on sheer numbers. Despite this variety, they all move toward the same purpose, drawn again and again into battle without hesitation. Across the wider galaxy, certain clans appear again and again, forming a familiar pattern within orc society, each one bringing its own traits into the ever-changing mass of tribes and warbands. Among the orcs, the Bad Moons stand apart through their unusual wealth, which grows as quickly as their teeth, creating a steady flow of currency that few others can match. This advantage is accepted without dispute, since any orc strong enough can simply take what they desire by force. Their role within orc society takes on a form that resembles trade, though it is driven by constant exchange, bargaining, and deception. They move through deals and transactions, always seeking to gather more and to display what they have gained. Their appearance reflects this focus, with decorations that stand out clearly, and with symbols of wealth worn openly as a sign of status. The most prominent among them carry elaborate banners, and their gear is marked with bright patterns that draw attention. They favor powerful weapons and striking equipment, though their interest often leans away from close combat, instead choosing tools that emphasize their resources. Within their ranks are individuals who wield unusual abilities, shaped by the same excess that defines the clan. Groups such as the Flash Kits embody this nature, carrying finely crafted weapons and presenting themselves with a sense of pride that separates them from others. Their wealth allows them to gather what they desire and to shape their presence in ways that feel distinct. Their colors are bold and unmistakable, with bright yellow and black forming the foundation of their identity, and with gold often appearing as a mark of their success. Everything they wear and carry reflects their constant pursuit of more. The Blood Axes follow a path that sets them apart from others of their kind, shaped by early contact with human forces and influenced by what they observed. They have adopted methods that others would consider unusual, including the use of camouflage and the choice to withdraw from battle when necessary. To them, retreat does not signal defeat, but rather a chance to return later with greater strength, and this belief guides their actions in a way that differs from more direct approaches. Their willingness to adapt has led them into exchanges with humans, trading for equipment and even offering their services in certain conflicts. Such behavior is viewed with suspicion by other orcs, who see it as a departure from what they consider proper conduct and who often label them as untrustworthy. Despite this, the Blood Axes continue along their chosen path, relying on tactics that favor planning and positioning. Within their ranks are specialized groups known for stealth and sudden action, operating in ways that mirror organized military units. Their appearance reflects these influences, with clothing and patterns that blend into their surroundings, even if not perfectly by human standards. Their identity is marked by a simple symbol, crossed axes stained with blood, and this emblem carries the weight of their distinct approach, standing apart from the rest of orc society. The Death Skulls move through battlefields with a different focus, drawn not only to conflict, but to what remains after it is past. They gather anything that might hold value, whether taken from fallen enemies or quietly removed from others who are not paying attention. Their collections grow through constant scavenging, filled with objects that range from useful tools to strange tokens believed to bring fortune. This belief shapes much of their behavior and it is expressed through the color they favor above all others. Blue covers their armor and equipment, worn as a sign of luck and protection, and this shared practice gives them a distinct appearance among their kind. Their forces often include machines taken from others, repainted and repurposed to serve their needs. Vehicles once belonging to different factions appear again under their control, altered and marked to fit their identity, creating a patchwork of stolen strength. Even among orcs, this habit leads to suspicion, as missing equipment often reappears in their possession. Their symbol reflects their nature, centered around a skull marked with horns and surrounded by objects taken from many sources. Around them move numerous smaller helpers, sent ahead to search for valuables and bring them back to their masters. The evil Soons are defined by a single driving force, a deep and constant need for speed that shapes every part of their existence. To them, movement is not enough unless it is fast and loud, and this desire pushes them toward machines that carry them quickly into battle. Their belief that certain colors bring greater speed is reflected in everything they wear and build, with red appearing again and again across their gear. Vehicles become an extension of this idea, tuned and maintained to push beyond the limits and kept running by those skilled in mechanical work. Within their ranks are those who live entirely for the thrill of motion, taking to the ground in fast machines or rising into the air in pursuit of even greater velocity. This need can grow stronger over time, becoming something that defines the individual completely. Their appearance follows this pattern, marked by bright colors and patterns that suggest heat and movement, often paired with equipment suited for travel and control. Even when not in motion, they carry the signs of their obsession, ready to move at any moment. The presence of speed shapes their entire approach to combat, turning each engagement into a rush forward, where noise and motion blend into a single overwhelming force. The Goths embody the most direct expression of orc nature, centered entirely on strength, aggression, and the constant pull toward battle. Among their kind, they stand as the most brutal, driven by a desire to fight that rarely fades. They move toward close combat whenever possible, preferring to meet their enemies at short distance, where force can be applied directly. Their weapons reflect this choice, with tools designed to strike hard and at close range, carried in numbers that suggest constant readiness. Their forces gather into large groups, forming dense masses of fighters that advance together, their presence felt through the steady rhythm of movement. When they go to war, the ground itself seems to respond, echoing with each step as they press forward. Within these ranks are many who rise above the rest, stronger and more disciplined, forming a core that drives the rest onward. Their focus remains fixed on conflict, with little interest in anything beyond the act of fighting itself. Their appearance is simple yet unmistakable, dominated by dark colors broken by stark patterns and marked by symbols that reflect their identity. Among them stands a figure known across many battles, tied closely to this clan and its relentless nature. The snake bites hold tightly to older ways, choosing tradition over the use of advanced tools, and shaping their lives around practices that feel rooted in a distant past. They move into battle with simple weapons, guided by belief and habit rather than technology. Their methods rely on physical endurance and ritual, with protection coming from markings applied to the body and from the creatures they ride into combat. These choices give them an appearance that feels closer to something wild, shaped more by nature than by crafted machines. Their bodies are marked with patterns that carry meaning, forming shapes that wind across their skin and adding to their distinct presence. They decorate themselves with elements taken from living creatures, creating a look that blends strength with a sense of ritual. Among their traditions are practices meant to harden the young, exposing them to danger in ways that shape their resilience over time. These acts define their identity, reinforcing their connection to the past and to the beliefs they continue to follow. Their symbol reflects this connection, drawn from creatures associated with danger and endurance, and worn as a sign of who they are within the wider world of orcs. The freebooters move through the void as pirates, unbound by the structure of clans and driven by a constant search for conflict and reward. Their ships travel through darkness, emerging suddenly to strike at those who cross their path. When they engage an enemy, they press forward without hesitation, boarding damaged vessels and taking everything of value, leaving little behind. Their actions are swift and direct, guided by the promise of what can be gained. After each raid, they return to hidden locations, where their collected wealth is counted and displayed, reinforcing their status among their peers. Their involvement in larger conflicts often comes at a price, as they demand payment in both material and opportunity. Even when agreements are made, their attention can shift quickly, drawn toward new targets that promise greater reward. This unpredictability defines their role, making them both valuable and unreliable allies. Among them are those who rise through success, gathering wealth and influence until they stand apart from others, shaping their own path through the void. Their appearance reflects their gains, marked by elaborate clothing and symbols of excess, though beneath it all they remain as dangerous as any other orc. Orcs are not only creatures of simple violence, because without something more, they could never hold together the tools that carry them across the stars, and even the obedient Gretchen lack the insight needed to maintain such strange and advanced devices. So there exists a caste known as the Odd Boys, and though this may seem unusual, each of them holds a quiet certainty in their craft that does not come from teaching. A mech boy shapes engines and plasma generators as if the knowledge has always rested within him, and a pain boy reaches into flesh with an instinctive sense of what connects and what does not. If questioned, an odd boy might simply say that this knowing was always part of his blood, as though it has been carried forward in a way no one has fully understood. Some believe this knowledge lives deep within their cells, perhaps left long ago by the brain boys, though no study has ever revealed how such a thing could truly work. As an orc grows, this hidden knowledge slowly rises, guiding him toward the place he is meant to fill, and those without such instincts drift into the mass of boys where they find their place in constant conflict and noise. Among the odd boys, there are those called pain boys, often known as mad dogs, who take on injuries that even orc resilience cannot mend, using crude tools with unsettling confidence. An orc seeks them only when there is no other choice, because these dogs are known for their experiments, and a patient may awaken from what others would call a concussion to find something unexpected has been changed. They attach rough bionics crafted by mech boys, though their attention can wander and the result may not match the original need, leaving the patient with a strange and sometimes dangerous alteration. Those who rise higher among them are called pain bosses, and they often keep cyborg bodyguards close, a quiet sign of their status. There are Hadas who tend to squigs with patient skill, though their presence fades from battle once vehicles become common, and their work is no longer needed in the same way. Mad boys move through orc society in a different rhythm, their minds altered or broken, their clothing strange, and their actions impossible to predict. They gather around weird boys at times, living apart in rough settlements, and though their behavior can disrupt even the simplest plan, their presence is taken as a sign of good fortune. In battle, they may tear through enemies with sudden force or become lost in trivial distractions, and this unpredictability turns them into a strange advantage that no enemy can easily read. Mech boys stand at the center of orc invention, building weapons and machines that define their way of war, and among them the most capable rise as big mechs, leading others and shaping entire warbands with their creations. Some even project a protective field around themselves, a visible sign of their mastery, and in rare cases one may lead a whole war as a mech boss. There are orcs who wander far from their tribes, drawn not by battle but by the urge to explore distant places, and over time these groups may become known as wild boys, living by older and harsher ways. If they return, they take up the tools of orc society once more, though if they remain alone, they grow into feral orcs, raising squigs and riding great beasts across their lands. With time and conflict, these tribes grow stronger until they become warbands in their own right and send out new wanderers again. Some odd boys combine roles, like the pig dogs who care for warboars and enhance their ferocity with strange methods, while others, like runt herds, control Gretchen and snotlings with whips and squig hounds, keeping them in line through fear. They may even hold slaves from many races, using them as they see fit, except for those beyond their reach. Then there are the speed freaks, orcs consumed by the thrill of motion, gathering into loud war bands filled with vehicles that roar and smoke as they rush toward battle. They paint their machines red, believing it makes them faster, and their obsession shapes their entire way of war, often requiring many mech boys to keep everything running. At times, even a big mech may lead them instead of a war boss, guiding their reckless charge with a different kind of authority. Among the odd boys are the weird boys, orcs who channel a different kind of force, drawing power not from the warp but from the rising energy of the wall that surrounds their kind. This energy can build within them until it becomes too much to hold, and when that happens, their heads burst with a violent release that can ripple outward and harm others nearby. Because of this danger, they try to stay away from the heart of battle, though their ability to unleash green flame and lightning draws the attention of war bosses who push them into the fight regardless. Some of these psychers become drawn to the surge of power itself, seeking it out again and again, and these individuals are known as warpheads, feared even among their own kind. Beyond those who fight, there are other odd boys who support orc life in quieter ways, such as some boys who manage teeth as a form of wealth, or yellers who serve as priests devoted to Gork and Mork. There are also brew boys who prepare food, and though they do not stand in battle, their roles remain part of the wider orc culture that binds everything together. The orcs hold to a single belief that never seems to waver, a quiet certainty that strength alone decides who leads and who must follow. And across the long ages of their endless wars, not one among them has ever paused to question this way of thinking. It sits deeply within them, shaping how they see every encounter and guiding the harsh structure of their violent and unyielding civilization. They move through existence with a kind of confidence that does not bend, and it is this steady conviction that gives them a dangerous persistence. Because they do not imagine an end to conflict, and instead drift toward a future filled only with constant war. Their world feels simple to them, and in that simplicity they find a strange comfort, untouched by doubt or reflection that troubles other races. Among their kind stand the larger orcs, with smaller beings like Gretchen and Snotlings living beneath them, and this natural order feels unquestioned, as if it has always been so. Each orc sees himself as stronger than any outsider, whether human or Eldari or Tau, and this belief is proven in their own way, through endless fighting against anything that crosses their path. They do not dwell on failure or search for deeper meaning when things go wrong, and if something breaks or falls apart, they simply try again in a different way, often forgetting what they did before, yet still moving forward through trial and repetition without concern for cost. This lack of hesitation allows them to advance in unexpected ways, even as others become trapped in thought and decline. An orc feels at ease when there is someone to fight, someone above him to give direction, and someone weaker to push around, and within this rough balance he finds a sense of contentment that does not require more. Food is rarely a concern, since they will eat nearly anything available, even their own kind if needed, without any sense that such acts are unusual or wrong. Material wealth holds little meaning for them, and most luxuries pass unnoticed. Yet there is one desire that draws their full attention, a constant pull toward louder weapons and faster machines. An orc may fixate on such an object with great focus, chasing it with relentless energy, and once it is finally in his hands, that desire fades almost instantly as his attention shifts towards something even bigger and louder waiting beyond. Barbaric and relentless, the greenskins spread across the galaxy like a deep green stain, covering distant worlds and filling battlefields with constant motion and noise. In the late 41st millennium, they appear in great numbers, pushing forward in a tide that overwhelms those who stand before them, bringing with them bloodshed and a kind of simple, unthinking violence that never truly rests. On Orc Wall is war on a vast scale, with countless orcs swarming from one world to the next, leaving behind broken armies and shattered civilizations. They move forward without pause, and only when every enemy has been destroyed do they turn on each other once more. For them, battle is not a choice but a need, as essential as food or drink is to others. At most times, their violence remains scattered, breaking out in raids or small conflicts that never grow beyond local destruction. Yet when their numbers rise high enough, something shifts and a full migration begins, carrying them across star systems in a surge of aggression that cannot be contained. This is the moment a Wa is born, and the movement gains a purpose that feels both chaotic and strangely unified. This unity comes from a shared psychic presence, a field that all orcs generate together, shaping their instincts and guiding their behavior. Within it, they sense who is stronger, who stands above the rest, and this sense defines their hierarchy without question. The field grows stronger as they gather, and it deepens as they fight, feeding on their own enjoyment of battle. Drawn by this force, thousands gather around a single dominant orc, a war boss who stands larger and more cunning than the rest, and whose presence anchors the growing horde. Once gathered, they move outward, seeking new enemies, their campaigns gaining momentum as the shared energy binds them into a single advancing mass. There are those within the Imperium who believe this same field influences the machines the orcs build, allowing crude weapons and ramshackle constructs to function in ways that should not be possible. Some have even observed that these devices often fail when used by others, as if they rely on the presence of the orcs themselves to work at all. At the core of every orc lies a simple and constant need to wage war, a drive that shapes their entire existence and guides their actions over countless ages. They fight among themselves without pause, testing strength and skill, and through this endless conflict, they grow ever more capable as warriors. Most of these struggles remain contained, little more than scattered clashes that rarely affect the wider galaxy. Yet when enough orcs gather together, a threshold is reached, and their combined presence begins to draw more of their kind toward a single point. What begins as a small gathering grows steadily, fed by rumor, instinct, and the promise of battle. Sometimes it starts with a single orc who dreams of violence and hears the distant call of Gork and Mork, and from that moment, the idea spreads outward through force or creation. Others follow, drawn by the vision, and war bands begin to form, each adding its strength to the growing mass. As the gathering expands, a powerful war boss rises through constant challenge, defeating rivals and claiming their followers until he stands at the head of a swelling horde. His reputation travels far, and with each victory, more orcs arrive, turning a steady flow into an overwhelming tide. Nicks begin to build, working together on increasingly ambitious creations, shaping towering machines from scrap and raw enthusiasm. Massive constructs rise from heaps of metal, their presence feeding the energy of the gathering and drawing even more orcs into the fold. Orconauts and Morconauts appear in greater numbers, their pilots pulled toward the growing force with intense focus. The landscape changes as this horde expands across entire worlds, with populations forced into labor to sustain the endless need for weapons and ammunition. Crude ships and massive hulks are assembled, prepared to carry the orcs beyond a single planet and into the wider void. As the moment of battle approaches, the air fills with smoke and noise, and the ground trembles beneath engines and marching machines. Armies stretch to the horizon, banners raised, voices rising together in anticipation. Aircraft roar overhead, and vehicles churn the earth into clouds of dust, all moving toward the same inevitable surge. Within this mass, different groups form according to shared ways of fighting, creating distinct cults that reflect their preferred methods of war. Some focus on speed, others on precision or spectacle, but all are united by the same underlying drive toward destruction. Eventually, the tension can no longer be held, and with a single overwhelming roar, the horde surges forward, carrying its violence to another world. The purpose remains simple and unchanged, as the orcs seek only destruction and the satisfaction that comes from it, continuing a cycle that stretches back beyond memory. In recent times, it is believed that the orcs have grown even more aggressive, and the number of their vast migrations has increased across every region of the Imperium. Reports speak of a steady rise as more and more woes are recorded across the galaxy, each one adding to a sense of mounting pressure. Many within the Imperium hold to the idea that the greenskins possess a constant psychic presence, a subtle resonance that binds them together even when they are unaware of it. As the warp grows more turbulent, this presence seems to intensify, and with it, the orcs themselves become more driven toward conflict. These new gatherings appear most often near disturbances in the warp, in regions where storms rage and reality feels unstable. From these areas, countless invasion forces emerge each year, spreading outward in all directions and bringing war with them. Among those who study the orcs, there have been signs of a growing pattern, as symbols found within their camps speak of a call from their gods. This feeling is said to be strongest among the pilots of great war machines, who seem especially drawn toward the expanding conflict. At the same time, the number of weird boys continues to rise, many of them claiming to see visions sent by Gork and Mork, adding to the sense that something larger is unfolding. Across many worlds, the outlines of towering gargants can be seen against darkened skies, marking the approach of destruction. To those who face them, this growing movement appears as something vast and unstoppable, a tide spreading across the galaxy in numbers not seen before. It is known as the Great Wa, and as it advances, it leaves only ruin behind. Orcs gather together in layers of organization that reflect their shared instincts and their constant need for battle. The smallest of these is the mob, a group of orcs who think and fight in similar ways, usually guided by a knob who leads through strength. Several of these mobs come together to form a war band, creating a larger force that moves with a degree of coordination, though its size and nature can vary greatly. Each warband is led by a war boss whose authority is maintained through strength and reputation. Above this level stands the tribe, made up of many warbands united under a single command. Within this structure, power is always shifting, shaped by challenge and conquest, as stronger leaders rise and weaker ones fall. When a particularly powerful war boss emerges, he can unite multiple tribes under his rule, becoming a warlord and leading them into a full war. In this way, what begins as small groups can grow into vast armies, all drawn together by the same force and moving toward the same endless war. The orcs are known as a powerful force in the universe, and their presence spreads with an ease that other civilizations rarely experience, as they grow and endure without the same constant struggle for survival. Their nature leaves an imprint beyond the physical world, and their traits take shape within the warp in a way that mirrors the impulses and emotions seen in humanity and the Eldari, forming the belligerent figures of Gork and Mork. Among the orcs, it is often said that Gork is brutal but cunning, and Mork is cunning but brutal, and both are regarded as immense divine beings who cannot be truly overcome, as they simply endure the blows of other gods with loud and careless laughter. In quiet recollection, one might imagine Gork grinning with long teeth exposed, bringing down a vast spiked club upon an enemy, while Mork waits for a moment of distraction before striking with a low and sudden blow. The image of these gods can be sensed in the towering forms of Gargants and Stompes, machines built by mech boys to embody the spirit of orkiness, and these immense constructions stand as powerful idols that echo the presence of their creators' beliefs. To the orcs, these massive engines seem to act with a will of their own, moving heavily across the land and leaving destruction behind them, never avoiding conflict and never turning away from a fight. This same presence is felt in the Gorgonaut and Morgonaut, where the armored forms serve as both tribute and imitation, and their pilots often speak of visions that come upon them during battle, urging them forward in the name of Gork or perhaps Mork. As the designs of the Chaos Gods move closer to their final form, the immaterial realm grows restless, and within that rising storm, Gork and Mork continue their relentless struggle against the tides that gather around them. Their fierce joy in battle carries outward into the material universe, and the greenskins hear these distant roars more clearly with each passing day, as the weird boys speak of a call that reaches all orcs, drawing them toward a final and endless war. There is no formal priesthood to guide this belief, yet figures such as Gaskell Mag Uruk Thraka claim to receive visions from both gods, and there are mentions of Yellers as a kind of priest, though they are not seen. In earlier times, there was also talk of a third god named Bork, though this figure no longer remains part of the known belief. Among the orcs, there are quiet divisions that revolve around which of the two gods is more mean or more cunning, and these differences keep them from ever becoming fully united. Even so, there is a sense that such distinctions may not hold deep meaning, as long as there is something to fight, and it is sometimes considered that Gork and Mork may in truth be one being, divided into two forms that reflect the orc mind itself. orcs use their teeth, often called teeth, as a form of currency that feels natural within their way of life, and it moves through their hands as easily as breath through a quiet moment. Their teeth are replaced often in a manner similar to Terran sharks, and over time each tooth begins to degrade, which gently prevents any long-lasting hoarding from taking hold. This steady cycle keeps prices from drifting, and it allows even the poorest orc to carry some form of wealth, since new teeth are never far away. A single tooth can be exchanged for a good squig pie and a tankard of fungus beer, and the simple act of trade feels constant and familiar within their world. Larger needs ask for more, and a bag of teeth can secure a cheap war buggy, while something larger and more imposing asks for far greater amounts. A bright and imposing battle wagon might demand hundreds of teeth from a war boss, and the weight of that cost settles slowly over time. There is a quiet understanding beneath it all, where gaining more currency can be as direct as knocking teeth loose from another orc and gathering them without hesitation. And this simple truth encourages a constant edge of aggression that never fully fades. Orcs carry their own simple language from the moment they come into being, and it stays with them as something natural and unlearned, spoken with ease among their kind. Many of them also use a rough and altered form of Imperial Low Gothic, though it comes out with broken sounds and scattered orc words mixed into each phrase, making the speech feel heavy and uneven to those who hear it. Because of this, there is a narrow path where orcs and humans can understand one another, though the exchange often feels strained and uncertain, as the words do not quite settle into familiar shapes. Most orcs rely on this distorted Low Gothic when they reach beyond their own kind, yet their sense of grammar remains poor, and their pronunciation drifts far from any clear standard. In rare moments, a different image appears, where an orc such as the warlord Gaskell Mag-Urig Thraka reaches towards something more refined, shaping words in High Gothic with a level of control that stands apart from the usual patterns. This remains unusual, and it lingers as an exception rather than a rule within their speech. Their written form follows a different path, forming a crude glyphic script that rests on simple visual marks, each one tied to a clan, to common ideas, or to parts of orc names. Alongside these symbols, there are phonetic signs that allow a wider range of words to be set down, including those taken from other beings, so that even unfamiliar names can find a place within their rough and practical system. Orc technology often looks rough and uneven, as if it has been hastily assembled from whatever could be found, yet it carries a surprising strength that rivals the weapons of more ordered civilizations. There is a constant urge among them to build something larger, faster, or louder, and this restless drive shapes everything they create. Many of these devices seem unlikely to function at all, and yet they do, guided by a quiet force that comes from the orcs themselves, a shared belief that settles into the metal and holds it together. A weapon might appear to be nothing more than a box filled with scraps, yet it fires as if it were carefully engineered, and this gives their machines an unpredictable and unsettling presence. Because each creation follows its own path, no two pieces of equipment feel quite the same. and their warbands carry a scattered, improvised look that reflects this constant change. Mech boys move within this chaos with practiced hands, shaping force fields that shimmer against incoming damage and piecing broken wrecks back into working form with a kind of stubborn persistence. Vehicles that should have been lost many times over return again, patched together with little concern for perfection, sometimes bearing only a fresh layer of paint before they are sent back into battle. The orcs themselves accept these rough methods without hesitation, enduring crude enhancements and replacements as if they were simple necessities rather than risks. Some of their creations rise into the air for bombardment, while others are taken from enemies and reshaped into something new, blending unfamiliar parts into their growing collection of tools. Their weapons range from simple blades and firearms to unstable combinations that merge different functions into a single device, each one carrying the same raw intent. Among these inventions are strange and dangerous designs, such as a gun that opens a path through another realm and sends living creatures through it, or noisy flying machines that spin above the battlefield with reckless energy. There are also heavy weapons built from captured parts, altered until they become something more destructive, shaped by a simple request to make them more deadly than before. Orcs are remembered as a barbaric alien race that spreads across the galaxy without end, appearing wherever mankind travels, as if they were always there or already on their way. Their presence feels constant, filling distant worlds and empty reaches alike with the promise of sudden violence. They are green-skinned and brutal creatures, closer in nature to a savage beast than to any measured form of life, and their hunger for conflict shapes everything they do. They do not wait for enemies to appear, because even in their absence, the orcs will turn upon themselves, fighting simply to satisfy their need for battle. Across long ages, they have become a relentless threat, multiplying across planets in scattered warbands, tribes, and shifting empires that never remain still for long. Their sheer numbers create a quiet sense of inevitability, as if the galaxy itself could be overwhelmed should they ever unite fully. Within their society, size carries weight, and the largest among them naturally rise to command. Sometimes a particularly massive war boss gathers many groups into one force, and this gathering becomes something greater, a war that carries both the feeling of invasion and something deeper, almost like a shared purpose. During such times, rivalries soften, and the orcs move together with a strange unity that feels unnatural compared to their usual chaos. There is a subtle shift when large numbers gather, as their collective presence begins to echo through the warp, drawing others toward them. Orcs from distant systems feel this pull and become restless, their numbers swelling as they rush toward the same point of conflict. The movement grows steadily, not forced, but pulled forward by a shared instinct that becomes stronger with every passing moment. Among them, mech boys begin to build larger and more ambitious machines, assembling towering engines of war and crude spacecraft that carry more warriors into the growing storm. These creations are heavy and loud, shaped in the image of their gods, and they move with a sense of purpose that mirrors the orcs themselves. Each new victory feeds the next, drawing in even more greenskins until the force becomes overwhelming. As the wall grows, it carries enough strength to break even the most fortified worlds, pushing forward through sheer momentum. Yet this unity is fragile, always held together by the strength of a single leader, and without that force it can fracture as quickly as it formed. When a leader with both strength and cunning appears, the effect spreads far beyond their own ranks, and the memory of such moments lingers as a quiet warning across the galaxy. Warbands move constantly, each shaped by the warboss who gathered them, and each filled with a core of hardened fighters surrounded by countless boys drawn by the promise of violence. Their strength lies not only in their bodies, but also in the energy that builds among them, a shared force that rises as they charge forward together. In battle, this energy becomes something tangible, driving them into a frenzy that surges across the field. Even the smallest among them try to match the noise and fury, adding their own frantic effort to the overwhelming tide. When the orcs finally reach their enemy, they strike as a single crashing force, breaking apart only to continue the fight at close range, where their joy in combat becomes impossible to ignore. An orc warlord is remembered as a warboss who has grown beyond the usual limits, gathering power through force and will until entire tribes and warbands fall under his command. This authority is not given freely, but taken through strength and cunning, and it binds many groups together under a single purpose that often leads them across star systems in search of battle and plunder. As these forces grow, they can swell into something vast, forming a wall that reaches a scale difficult to contain. Armies gather around the warlord's banner, drawn by reputation and momentum, until the resulting horde becomes capable of overwhelming entire regions. The presence of such a leader creates a sense of inevitability, as if the tide of war cannot be turned once it begins. At the center of this structure stands the warboss, the largest and most violent orc within his tribe, whose authority comes from sheer dominance. He claims the best weapons and armor, ensuring that his power is visible and unquestioned, and he enforces this control through sudden and often brutal displays. His leadership carries a rough sense of order, though it is rarely shaped by careful planning. The warboss leads from the front, charging into battle with relentless force, relying on strength and instinct rather than strategy. With each victory, he grows larger and more powerful, and over time, this growth can lift him into the role of a warlord capable of guiding a massive wall. When such a figure rises, entire star systems can fall beneath the weight of his advance. Among the orcs, certain individuals take on different roles that shape the warband in quieter ways. McBoys gather around machines and inventions, and those with enough influence become known as big mechs, valued for their ability to create weapons and devices that change the flow of battle. Yet their position is unstable, as any sign of rivalry with the war boss can quickly lead to exile or worse. These meeks bring strange creations into battle, devices that hiss and clatter with unpredictable energy. Their machines may unleash devastating power or fail in spectacular fashion, yet even failure is met with amusement rather than concern. Without them, the orcs would lack the tools that sustain their constant movement and conflict. Pain Boys move among the fighters with a different kind of focus, treating bodies as if they were machines to be repaired or altered. Their work is crude and often violent, yet it serves a purpose, allowing wounded orcs to return to battle with little hesitation. Their presence carries a sense of unease, though it is accepted as part of the larger whole. Weird Boys stand apart even further, shaped by the energy that flows through the orcs themselves. They channel this force without intention, releasing it in bursts that can destroy anything nearby. Their existence is unstable, and without release, the pressure within them can become dangerous, forcing them to act whether they wish to or not. Among the orcs, the wealthiest and most experienced knobs sometimes take on an even heavier form, encased within massive suits of mega armor that turn them into slow but unstoppable figures. The weight of this armor makes movement difficult, yet it offers protection so great that even powerful weapons struggle to bring them down. To overcome their slow pace, they often ride into battle within armored vehicles, arriving with sudden force that carries them directly into the heart of combat. Knobs themselves stand just beneath the war boss in status, forming a rough, ruling class that maintains control through strength and example. They enforced their authority openly, whether by striking down enemies or turning on their own ranks to remind others of their place. Their presence is constant within the warband, either close to their leader or spread among the boys to maintain order. Some among the orcs take a different path, drawn to fire and destruction in a more focused way. Burna Boys advance with streams of flame, setting everything before them alight with a sense of reckless joy. Their attacks are especially dangerous against groups that gather too closely, as the spreading fire forces enemies into motion or leaves them trapped within it. Others move with a quieter intent, preferring to strike from unseen positions rather than charge directly into the fray. Commandos slip behind enemy lines, creating fear through sudden explosions and close attacks that leave little warning. Their approach contrasts with the usual orc style, yet it remains driven by the same desire for battle. Tank Bustas follow a more singular obsession, seeking out armored vehicles with a focus that mirrors a hunter tracking prey. They gather trophies from their kills, wearing fragments of destroyed machines as signs of success. Their weapons are chosen for one purpose, and when they attack, even the strongest armor can be brought down under the weight of their assault. Fast-moving orcs bring a different kind of presence to the battlefield, one defined by speed and constant motion. Warbikers race forward with engines roaring, filling the air with smoke and gunfire as they close the distance to their target. Their movement creates a shifting screen that protects them until they are almost upon the enemy, where their momentum carries them into close combat. Some orcs take this need for speed even further, drawn to machines that lift them into the air. These individuals become part of a culture centered on movement and risk, seeking the thrill of flight despite the danger it brings. Most remain on the ground, but those who choose the sky push themselves toward greater extremes with every encounter. Storm Boys follow a more disciplined path, adopting structured behavior that stands out among their kind. They equip themselves with devices that launch them forward through the air, striking with sudden impact that mirrors a falling projectile. Their approach combines order with the same desire for combat, creating a style that feels both unusual and familiar. Other vehicles move across the battlefield in loose formations, built from whatever materials are available and driven by a focus on speed and firepower. These machines are simple and often fragile, yet they compensate through numbers and aggression, circling their enemies with constant gunfire. Above them, death coptas weave through the air, attacking from unexpected angles before pulling away to strike again. Their pilots rely on instinct and bold movement, though many fall quickly due to overconfidence. Those who survive develop a sense for finding the best targets and guiding others toward them. Larger aircraft follow their own chaotic patterns, with Takajets tearing through the sky and filling the air with a constant stream of bullets. Their approach is direct and relentless, relying on volume rather than precision. Burnap bombers and similar craft add to this with waves of fire and explosive attacks, shaping the battlefield from above with little concern for control. At the core of every warband are the boys, forming a mass that moves together with a sense of unstoppable force. They advance with loud cries, closing the distance quickly and engaging in close combat where their strength and aggression are most effective. Their weapons are simple, yet they use them with confidence, relying on weight and impact rather than precision. Each boy carries a natural toughness that allows him to endure punishment, and this resilience shapes the way they fight. Even without weapons, they remain dangerous, though most prefer tools that can serve both as firearms and as blunt instruments. Their approach reflects a preference for direct action with little concern for subtlety. Among them are those who manage the smaller greenskins, guiding them into battle through force and persistence. Runt herds oversee Gretchen and Snodlings, keeping them moving forward with a combination of control and threat. Their role is practical, ensuring that these weaker beings contribute to the larger effort. Gretchen themselves move in large groups, driven forward despite their fear. Individually, they lack strength, yet together they can become dangerous, especially when pressed into desperate situations. Their ability with ranged weapons sometimes surpasses that of their larger counterparts, though they are rarely trusted with the best equipment. In battle, these smaller figures are used in ways that reflect their place within the hierarchy, often placed in positions of risk. Despite this, they continue to advance, driven by necessity and the pressure of those behind them, forming a restless and uneven wave that follows in the wake of the boys. Heavy machines among the orcs take on forms that reflect both their strength and their crude sense of design. A Gorgonaut stands as a massive armored suit, combining weapon, transport, and shelter into a single structure that moves with heavy purpose. Its presence dominates the field, shaped by an image of power that aligns with the orcs' view of their gods. Alongside it, the Morgonaut carries a different expression, filled with strange devices and energy-based weapons crafted by its mech pilot. These machines are often driven by individuals who stand apart from their tribes, following their own path through battle and destruction. Their designs vary, yet each reflects the same underlying drive to build and destroy. Death Treads move with a more direct form, shaped like towering metal figures that echo the orcs themselves. Their mechanical limbs strike with force, and their movement carries a constant sense of pressure as they advance. The pilots within them often lose themselves to the experience, becoming increasingly unstable as they remain enclosed within their machines. Kilogons follow in smaller groups, each piloted by a Grodd whose behavior remains shaped by fear and caution. Though their weapons are effective, their reactions can falter under pressure, creating moments where their movement becomes uncertain. Despite this, they continue to advance as part of a larger formation. Battle wagons roll forward as massive vehicles built to carry large groups into combat, combining transport and heavy firepower in a single frame. Their movement creates a path through enemy lines, allowing those within to engage directly once they arrive. Around them, other vehicles move quickly, delivering boys into battle with speed and noise. Mech guns add a different element, placed into position and left to operate with unpredictable results. Their power can be immense, yet their behavior is never entirely certain, creating a sense of tension whenever they are brought into use. Despite this unpredictability, they remain a key part of the orcs' approach to overwhelming force. The largest creations of the orcs take on forms that blur the line between machine and symbol, rising above the battlefield as towering figures. Bargains are built with a sense of purpose that feels almost ritualistic, shaped as much by belief as by engineering. Their construction spreads quickly once it begins, as other builders attempt to match or surpass the scale of what has already been made. These machines stand as both weapons and representations of something greater, carrying the image of their gods into battle. Their presence signals the growth of something larger, often appearing as a sign that a greater movement is forming. As more are built, the scale of the conflict increases alongside them. The Stompa follows a similar path, though on a slightly smaller scale, built from layers of metal plates that form a heavy and resilient frame. It carries a wide array of weapons, each added without restraint, creating a machine that fires in many directions at once. Its crew works constantly to keep it moving and active, maintaining its presence in the center of the fight. When it reaches close range, the Stompe engages directly, using massive blades and sheer weight to break through defenses. It can carry warriors within it, releasing them at the moment of impact so they can continue the attack on foot. The combined effect creates a steady and overwhelming advance that reflects the orcs' approach to war in its purest form. Orcs travel across the vast emptiness of the void in many kinds of star-faring vessels, each one shaped by crude purpose and a sense of identity that is never subtle. Most of their ships carry a crude totem at the front, giving the impression of a vast orc head staring into the darkness, and even a common kill cruiser bears this looming form as it drifts towards its next conflict. Some of these vessels grow to immense size over time, and when their mass passes beyond 30 megatons, they are known as battle cruisers, drifting like heavy silhouettes through the void. Alongside these larger ships, there are smaller gunships and escorts that move with them, never far from the main force, each one ready to close distance with an enemy. The orcs also rely on a compact boarding vessel called a brute ram ship, designed to smash directly into opposing hulls and force an entry. Though restraint is not their nature, and many would gladly ram any ship they command into an opponent without hesitation. There are also stranger creations among their fleets, as orcs hollow out entire asteroids and reshape them into crude warships, fitting them with engines and weapons until they can pass through the warp. These creations, known as rocks, are dense and durable, and they can be made again and again in new systems, replacing losses with little concern for refinement. Another form of travel comes from immense drifting masses known as space hulks, where fragments of ships and asteroids have fused together into vast wandering structures. When a clan discovers such a place, they board it quickly and begin to tear it apart and rebuild it at the same time, gathering metal and useful parts as mech boys begin shaping weapons and machines almost immediately. Inside these vast interiors, entire new vessels can be assembled within the cavernous spaces, growing from salvaged remains into fresh tools of war. A space hulk does not guide itself with intent, and instead it drifts through the warp along unseen currents, carried by forces that are not precise or controlled. Some mech boys and weird boys may try to influence its path, nudging it toward a passage or a rift, though the journey remains uncertain and often unpredictable. This uncertainty is not unwelcome, as orcs see these drifting giants as gifts from Gork and Mork, carrying them toward new battles and fresh conquests, without the need for careful planning. As these hulks move through the void, they are often surrounded by fleets of cruisers and escort vessels, forming a slow and dangerous procession through space. When such a presence is detected near an Imperial world, fear spreads quickly across entire sectors, as many stories of their destructive arrival are not exaggerations, but quiet recollections of what has already happened before. In the long silence that follows such wars, the nature of the orcs does not change, but settles, as if the echoes of older ages never truly fade, only grow quiet for a time before rising once more. They are not a people shaped by history in the way others are, for their past does not guide them towards something new, but instead draws them back into the same vast pattern, one that began when the Groarch were first formed by the Old Ones, and tempered in the distant fires of the war in heaven, where their purpose was set with a clarity that has never truly diminished. The fall of worlds such as Goro, and the victories remembered in campaigns like the Ulanor Crusade, stand as moments where that pattern appeared to break, where the force of the Imperium seemed for a time to impose an ending upon something that resists endings by its very nature. Yet the rise of the War of the Beast revealed a deeper truth, that the orcs do not return as they were, but gather and swell, shaped not by memory or learning, but by accumulation, until what emerges is greater than what came before. Not through design, but through inevitability. Within them, the legacy of their creators persists in ways that are neither fully understood nor consciously directed, as the knowledge carried by the Odd Boys surfaces without instruction, and the work of the Mech Boys takes form as if recalled rather than invented, guided by instincts laid down in an age when such knowledge was whole rather than fragmented. Alongside this, their shared psychic presence, faint in the individual yet powerful in the mass, binds them in ways that extend beyond simple cooperation, allowing belief itself to settle into reality so that what they accept as functional becomes so. Sustained not by precision or refinement, but by the quiet and constant pressure of collective certainty. It is this convergence of instinct, number, and belief that defines them, not as a rising civilization, but as a recurring force, one that gathers in the shadows of greater events, unnoticed until it has already taken shape, and then only fully understood when it has become too large to ignore. Even the watchfulness of the Ordo Xenos and the purpose of the Death Watch do not end this process, but merely act against its outward expression, containing what can be contained while the underlying nature of the orcs continues unchanged. And so the cycle endures, not as a sequence of beginnings and endings, but as a continuous presence, where scattered tribes grow into warbands into Wa, and Wa into forces that once again press against the limits of the galaxy, until they are broken apart and reduced, only to begin again. In this, there is no final resolution, no true conclusion to their story, but only the certainty that somewhere in the dark between the stars or upon the surface of a forgotten world, the first signs of the next gathering are already taking form, as they always have, and as they always will. The exact moment when the Tau Empire began is not clearly marked in any shared calendar, yet the memory of how the Tau became one people remains steady and familiar. Only 6,000 standard years ago, during the 35th millennium, an explorer fleet of the Adeptus Mechanicus found the world of Tau, where its inhabitants still lived in a simple age and had only just learned to use fire. From that quiet beginning, the Tau moved forward with a pace that would later feel almost sudden, as their society grew and changed into one capable of crossing the stars. Before that unity, there was a time known as the Mon Tau, when the Tau lived in divided tribes that often clashed and struggled against one another. In those years, the fortress city of Feodon stood under long siege from warriors of the plains who would accept nothing less than its complete destruction. The defenders endured for many years, holding behind strong walls and relying on their weapons, yet hunger and sickness slowly weakened them as the struggle continued. At a turning point, two unknown figures appeared among the Tau, each carrying a calm presence that could not be ignored. One walked into the camp of the besieging warriors and quietly persuaded their leader to meet in peace, while the other entered the fortress and brought the same still authority within its walls. In a short span of time, the gates opened, and those who had fought for years stood ready to speak instead. These figures were the Ethereals, and their words spoke of unity, understanding, and a shared path called the Greater Good. Across the world of Tau, others like them appeared, each bringing the same message and the same quiet certainty that guided the people toward agreement. With conflict set aside, the Tau turned their efforts toward growth, and their progress soon carried them beyond their world into the wider void. Expansion followed in measured phases, each one marked by journeys to new systems where worlds were claimed, persuaded, or brought into alignment through diplomacy and the promise of shared advancement. These settled systems became known as septs, forming the core of a growing empire that also came to include allied species, such as the Groot, the Vespid, and the Nagassar. The full extent of these holdings is not completely known, though it is understood that many worlds stand within their reach. Not all paths remained unified, as a faction known as the Farsight Enclaves formed beyond the Damocles Gulf under the command of a Tau who chose a different course. Even so, the Empire continued to extend its influence, drawing in new worlds, and even seeing some from the Imperium turn away and pledge themselves to the Greater Good. The Damocles Gulf Crusade marked the first open conflict between the Imperium of Man and the expanding Tau Empire, taking place in the eastern reaches of the galaxy during the 41st millennium. Before this war began, there had been quiet exchanges between the Tau and nearby Imperial worlds, where trade and the sharing of knowledge were carried out through the efforts of the Water Caste. These interactions caused concern within the Imperium, and over time a response was prepared that would push back against what was seen as a growing threat. When the Crusade finally advanced into Tau space, Imperial forces struck at outlying settlements and moved steadily deeper into their territory, bringing the conflict to a wider scale. The advance slowed when the fleet reached the sept world of Daleth Prime, where resistance proved strong and unyielding. The Tau, supported by their Groot allies, met each attempt with equal force, and the fighting settled into a prolonged struggle where neither side could gain clear ground. For many months, battles continued with heavy losses and no decisive outcome. As time passed, the commanders of the Crusade began to consider a different path, and requests for negotiation from the Tau were eventually accepted. The talks led to a peaceful withdrawal of the Imperial fleet as attention shifted toward another threat approaching from beyond, the Tyranid Hive Fleet Behemoth. In the later years of the 41st millennium, the Tau Empire faced a new and unfamiliar danger as Hive Fleet Gorgon entered their space. This force was a fragment of a larger Tyranid swarm, yet it carried a distinct and troubling ability to adapt quickly to the conditions of battle. As engagements unfolded, the creatures of this fleet showed a rapid shift in their forms, developing resistance to the energy-based weapons that the Tau relied upon. This adaptation seemed unusually fast, and it raised questions about whether it was a unique trait or a response shaped by the nature of their opponent. The conflict drew in the forces of the Imperium as well, and together with the Tau, they worked to halt the advance of the Tyranids. After several years of fighting, Hive Fleet Gorgon was destroyed, though the cost was felt deeply as many colony worlds were consumed and left silent in its wake. On the world of Malbede, an encounter between Tau forces and the Ultramarine Space Marine chapter began as a direct conflict between two opposing sides. As the fighting spread across the surface, it disturbed something far older beneath the ground, awakening the Necrons from their long rest. The sudden emergence of this new threat changed the nature of the battle, as both sides faced a danger that neither could ignore. In response, the Tau and the Ultramarines set aside their struggle and combined their efforts to confront the awakened enemy. Once the Necrons were defeated and the immediate danger had passed, the Tau forces were allowed to withdraw under the decision of Chapter Master Marneus Calgar. The world itself was then destroyed through an exterminatus order, bringing a final end to the conflict that had unfolded there. The war for Kvarium Alpha unfolded across the vast oceans of a distant world, where the Space Wolves chapter carried out a bold and unusual assault. Their drop pods descended into the depths, and their armor had been adapted to allow them to move and fight beneath the sea. Above the surface, battle lines formed as both sides clashed with equal intensity, while below, a second conflict took place in the dark waters where Space Wolves met Tau battlesuits in close engagement. The struggle moved between these two environments, each one shaping the course of the fighting. From the air, Thunderhawk gunships struck with torpedoes and other weapons, targeting Tau forces and their vehicles with precision. In time, the Space Wolves secured victory, though the cost was visible as the remains of both sides drifted upon the surface, marking the end of the conflict before the long return journey across the seabed began. The Taros campaign took place on a harsh desert world that had once been held by the Imperium, where a large Imperial force arrived with the aim of reclaiming it from the Tau Empire. Alongside the Tau stood their crude allies and human forces known as Guevesa, who had taken up arms in defense of the planet. As the campaign progressed, the fighting grew costly for the Imperial side, with heavy losses and little success in turning the tide. The defenders held their ground, and despite sustained effort, the Imperial forces were unable to secure control of the world. In the end, the campaign concluded with the Tau retaining possession of Taros, which they renamed Tyros, marking a quiet but firm continuation of their presence there. The Tau body reflects the structure of their society, with each caste shaped over time into something like a distinct subspecies within the same greater form. This began as a slow adaptation to different environments on their homeworld, and later became fixed when interbreeding between castes was forbidden under the guidance of the Ethereals. They stand in a humanoid shape, though their feet end in hooves and their hands carry 3 fingers and a single thumb. Their skin carries a gray-blue tone that shifts slightly between septs and distant colonies, and its texture feels dry and leathery, with almost no trace of moisture. Their faces appear flat and wide around the eyes, and a narrow slit runs down from the forehead to where a human nose would rest. Their vision reaches a little further than that of humans, touching the edges of ultraviolet and infrared light, though their pupils remain fixed and do not widen in dim conditions. Because of this, depth can feel less certain, and focus adjusts more slowly when the light fades. Their sense of smell is placed within the mouth, hidden from view and quietly different from most other species. Strength and size shift depending on caste, with those of the fire caste standing as the most physically capable, though still only near the size of a typical human and slightly less strong. This comes from the lighter gravity of their home world, which shaped their growth over many generations. Only a small glimpse of female Tau has ever been seen, and even that remains uncertain in meaning. One appeared with softer features and larger eyes, carrying a form closer to human expression, while another displayed no clear difference from a male. There is no clear answer as to which, if either, reflects the truth of their kind. They exist without psychers, and so their understanding of the immaterium remains distant and incomplete. Their minds offer little presence within the warp, appearing faint and flickering rather than bright and burning like a human soul. This gives them some resistance to powers that reach into thought, though it does not shield them from those that take physical form. Their attempts to study the warp have been brief and cautious, leading them to a quiet conclusion that it is not a place meant for them, and that it is better left to others who cannot turn away. Within their own kind, the ethereals carry a distinct ridge upon the head, and some believe this may guide the others through unseen influence, though nothing has ever proven this with certainty. Without any psychic means to guide them between the stars, they travel more slowly than the Imperium, moving at sublight speeds across the vast emptiness. This steady pace has shaped the growth of their empire, allowing it to expand, but only with patience over long stretches of time. In battle, they tend to avoid close combat whenever possible, relying instead on allies to face the chaos of melee while they remain at distance. Their sight and patience serve them well in this role, and they have become precise and disciplined marksmen with the weapons they favor. When they encounter other species, their first instinct is often to speak and to seek agreement, hoping to avoid conflict where it can be spared. Yet there are some they do not attempt to reason with, and these they meet with quiet resolve, unwilling to bring them into the order they have built. Each intelligent alien species within the Tau Empire carries its own distinct culture, shaped by its nature and its long past. These differences do not divide them, but instead quietly add to a shared purpose that stretches across many worlds. There is a sense that each voice, no matter how different, finds its place within a greater harmony. At the center of this union rests a belief that guides them all, a quiet agreement that the greater good stands above any single path. Though their forms and traditions may differ in countless ways, they remain bound by this common understanding. It is this shared idea that allows such varied beings to stand together, not as identical parts, but as many pieces moving toward the same calm and steady goal. Tau society is shaped by a single guiding idea, one that asks each individual to set aside personal gain in favor of the wider whole. This belief is not distant or abstract, but present in daily life, reflected in their words and carried in their actions. It is from this quiet conviction that their familiar phrase, spoken with calm certainty, comes into being. Within this structure, each caste moves with a clear role, contributing in its own way to the balance of the Empire. The Earth caste focuses on creation and supply, grounding their efforts in steady work. The Water caste carries words and meaning between people, shaping understanding and connection. The Air caste moves between worlds, linking distant places into a single network of presence. The Fire caste stands watch, protecting all others with disciplined resolve. To those beyond their borders, the Tao present themselves as thoughtful and unified, guided by ideals that seek to bring all under a shared purpose. Their image is one of calm intention, where unity is not forced, but offered as a path towards something greater than the individual alone. Kroot society unfolds through extended family groups known as kindreds, each guided by a figure called a shaper who holds a deep instinctive understanding of their unique nature. This understanding is not abstract, but rooted in the ability of the Kroot to absorb and adapt the traits of what they consume. The shaper watches closely, choosing which traits should be carried forward and guiding the kindred through careful hunting and controlled breeding. At times, several kindreds gather together, forming loose councils shaped by the influence of their leaders, and on rare occasions, a single figure rises to unite many under one command. Their homes often rest in warm, temperate lands, where they build high among the trees using natural materials shaped through unusual means. Some choose instead to dwell within the silent remains of conquered human cities, where old structures offer shelter and shadow. For the Kroot, the act of consumption carries a meaning beyond survival, as it is believed that the essence of what is eaten becomes part of them and continues through their descendants. This belief shapes their customs in life and in death, guiding them to consume both their fallen enemies and their own dead, keeping what they see as spirit close within the kindred. To outsiders, this practice is often misunderstood and seen not as reverence, but as something far more unsettling. The Vespid are an insect-like species from a distant gas giant world, and their presence within the Tau Empire carries an air of something deeply unfamiliar. Their warriors, known as stingwings, move in tightly coordinated groups called strains, each guided by a strain leader who holds a special role within the unit. At first, contact between the Tau and the Vespid proved difficult in ways that went beyond simple language. The two species could not even recognize one another as thinking beings, and so progress remained slow and uncertain. Trade began in small ways, focused on the exchange of valuable crystal technologies, yet true understanding remained out of reach. This changed when a device was created under the direction of the ethereal caste, forming a bridge between minds that had once been closed to each other. With its use, the Vespid suddenly perceived the Tau as fellow sentients, and in that same moment came to understand the idea of the greater good. Those Vespid who carry these devices, known as communion helms, become the link through which meaning flows. They guide their strains, translating intent and purpose, and allowing both sides to move together with coordination. Despite this connection, there are those who question whether something more lies within these devices, wondering if influence runs deeper than simple communication. In battle, The Vespid are valued for their swift movement and their ability to traverse the battlefield with ease, often working alongside advanced suits or moving ahead in quiet scouting roles. Their presence feels precise and fluid, shaped by both their nature and the strange bond that ties them to the Tau. Within the Tau Empire, there exists a growing number of humans who have left behind their former allegiance, becoming known as Gwevesa. Some arrived through choice, disillusioned by the harshness of their previous rulers, while others were brought in through conquest and have known no other life since. Over time, they have found a place within the structure of the Empire, adapting to its ways. For those from newly taken worlds, acceptance does not always come easily, and there can be lingering resentment toward their new circumstances. Yet even in these early stages, there are individuals who see value in what the Tau offer, and this number tends to grow as the advantages of advanced technology become clear. Most Gwevesa live with a sense of stability and are treated with care, allowed even to maintain their old forms of worship. At the same time, there is a quiet effort from the Water Caste, gently encouraging a shift away from past beliefs and toward a shared reverence for the greater good. Beyond the more commonly known members, the Tau Empire is surrounded by a wider circle of allied and integrated species, each contributing in ways that are often subtle yet important. The Nekasar, known for their psychic nature, were among the earliest to join, setting a quiet precedent for cooperation. The Demiurge maintained close ties through trade, and their knowledge has shaped the development of advanced weaponry within the Empire. Other species move more freely between roles, such as the Tyranids and the Galgs, who often take on mercenary work, lending their strength where it is needed. There are those like the Geatrix, whose skill lies in travel through the void, and others like the Moralian, whose warriors serve with a sense of final dedication. Some have joined willingly under the shared belief that defines the Empire, like the Rangon and the Hornian, who contribute their forces in quieter ways. There are also those whose story has already ended, like the Bogtroon, whose early presence was lost to disease, leaving only the legacy of their world within the Empire. Among these varied forms of life, there are even creatures such as the Nagi, whose intelligence and unusual abilities place them close to the centers of decision, offering guidance in ways that are not always fully understood. Within the borders of the Tau Empire, there are worlds spoken of in a quiet way, places where something old remains without clear origin, and they are known simply as artifact worlds. Though even now it is uncertain whether any true Tau colonies were ever established upon them. One such world is Arthas Moloch, a place that feels empty in a way that settles slowly, its gray surface stretching outward like a tomb that has long since been abandoned, covered in countless fallen shrines and strange statues without faces, each one older than any human colony world known to the Imperium. The ground itself appears fractured and lifeless, as if the planet had already reached its end long ago, and that impression lingers when nothing living can be found anywhere upon it, not a single trace of green, not even the smallest patch of moss to soften the silence. No one makes a home there, yet the stillness carries signs of what once passed through, with dark brown smears upon the plastered walls of the tombs and faint shadows burned into the stone where the ruins gather close together, as though something unseen had left its mark and then faded away. And yet, despite this barren stillness, the world is not empty in another sense, because to those with psychic sight it would appear rich and bright, like a gold mine seen through firelight, with the shrine-filled land scattered with artifacts of ancient and uncertain making, each one left behind as if forgotten in the dust. Among these remnants lies the memory of a discovery tied to this silent place, for it was here on Arthas Moloch that Commander Farsight came upon the Dawnblade, adding one more quiet trace to a world already heavy with what it has seen. The greater good, often spoken of as Taufa, is remembered as a guiding belief that binds all Tau together in a quiet sense of shared purpose. It speaks of every self-aware being as equal, each one holding a place that matters within the wider structure of Tau society, and this idea settles in the mind as something steady and constant. There is a gentle insistence within it to set aside smaller conflicts and distractions, encouraging a kind of unity that extends beyond the individual and into the whole of their species, and even further toward other intelligent beings across the galaxy. The thought lingers that harmony is not only desired but expected as part of this larger vision. The Tau do not seek to erase the beliefs or traditions of others, and yet there remains a quiet tension in that stance, because acceptance does not always mean freedom to live without influence. Some worlds have chosen to follow this path willingly, drawn into the calm promise of order and shared purpose. Others resist with equal strength, holding tightly to their own ways and freedoms, and this resistance is seen by the Tau as a failure to understand what they consider a more enlightened path. In that difference, there is a lingering sense of dissonance, as unity is offered but not always embraced. Beyond the region known as the Damocles Gulf, there are worlds that no longer stand within the Tau Empire, and yet they remain tied to it in quiet ways, forming what is known as the Farsight Enclaves under the leadership of Commander Farsight. These enclaves still hold to the Tauva, the philosophy of the greater good, though they continue without the presence or guidance of the ethereals, shaping their path in a manner that feels familiar yet distinctly separate from the wider empire. Their exact sept names are not known to those who remain within the Tau Empire, as the armed fortress stations that guard these regions have proven capable of destroying any probes that attempt to reach them, leaving only distant observations gathered over generations. When they are finally sighted again, their forces and fleets carry markings that resemble those of the Tau Empire, though the colors and patterns appear altered, never formally sanctioned by the ethereals, and quietly hinting at a divergence that has taken root over time. Within these enclaves, the war gear and armor used by the Firecast reflects an earlier era with equipment that was common around the time of Commander Farsight's disappearance many Terran centuries ago, creating a sense that parts of their forces remain anchored in that distant moment. Even so, there are signs that do not fully align with that impression, as evidence has emerged of classified technology and more recent Tau prototypes present among them. suggesting that something new continues to reach these distant worlds despite their isolation. It remains uncertain how such technology has found its way into the enclaves, whether through quiet acts of spycraft, hidden theft, or those who have left the Tau Empire behind and now lend their aid within the domain shaped by Farsight. The rise of the Tau unfolds in slow and deliberate phases, each one a period of careful preparation, followed by steady outward movement into the quiet vastness between stars. Resources are gathered over long stretches of time, and then, when the moment feels right, exploratory missions begin to drift outward, searching and testing, until the need arises to secure what has been found through more forceful means. As each new colony settles into stability, it becomes more than a distant outpost, taking on the role of a quiet origin point for the next reach into the unknown. Over many generations, this pattern repeats, and by the end of the first great expansion, the Empire has spread across the heavens into a small but firmly rooted network of settled systems. These systems, known as septs, carry the identity of their primary world, yet extend far beyond it into surrounding planets, moons, and silent installations that orbit in patient alignment. Within each system, there is a sense of quiet connection, maintained through stations suspended in the void, and a web of signals that pass unseen between distant points. It takes time for each sept to grow into its own shape, and even longer for its character to fully emerge, shaped by the balance of its castes and the presence of other beings who now share in its slow and steady rhythm. Each sept carries its own quiet identity, shaped over time by those who live within it, yet always remaining part of the greater whole that binds them together. The influence of the castes settles differently in each place, creating subtle variations in how life unfolds, and these differences give each sept a distinct tone that can be felt even across great distances. Even so, there is no separation from the wider culture, only a gentle variation within it, as each system continues to reflect the same shared purpose. Across the Empire, there are now many such sets, each fully developed and recognized, each carrying its own symbol that marks it as both unique and connected. These emblems serve as quiet identifiers, a way for the Tau to recognize one another, even when separated by the immense silence of space. The first great expansion began soon after the Tau first reached beyond their world, and its earliest septs still hold a deep importance within the structure of the Empire. At the center of this early network lies Ta'un, a place defined by its vast orbital docks and the constant presence of the largest void stations, where fleets gather and remain in quiet readiness. Elsewhere, Dianoi endured long isolation beneath the influence of a strange and persistent storm, and its people, shaped by that separation, carry a character that others regard as distant and somewhat unchanged by the wider flow of the Empire. Borkan, in contrast, has become a place of study and creation, where knowledge grows steadily and the work of the Earth Caste fills its systems with industry and quiet innovation. Dilith bears the memory of destruction, having faced the force of an external crusade, yet its recovery has been swift, supported by active trade and the steady presence of many those who now move through its ports. Falshia stands as a source of new ideas, where advancements take form and are tested in the hands of those willing to carry them into use. On Viorla, the nature of its world shapes those who rise from it, producing warriors known for their intensity and discipline, forged under the light of twin stars. Cecilia, dense and unyielding, has given rise to countless fleets, and its people are regarded with a sense of respect that comes from their steadfast nature and their quiet adherence to shared ideals. The second phase of expansion begins under the direction of a guiding figure, at a time when the Empire has already taken shape and now moves outward with greater confidence. New forms of travel allow for broader reach, and with that reach comes more frequent contact with those beyond the Tau. Some encounters quiet, and others marked by conflict that leaves a lasting impression. As the expansion continues, a growing tension emerges, culminating in open confrontation with a distant human power that seeks to halt the advance. This period of struggle shapes the course of events, and when those opposing forces withdraw, the expansion settles into its natural end, leaving behind a series of new septs formed under varied and often difficult circumstances. Otael offers a place of rest, a world of calm where only those who have earned such peace may remain. Aindra stands in contrast, its decline and abandonment leaving behind a population viewed with uncertainty by others. Kelshan has endured repeated invasions, and its people have grown guarded, shaped by their encounters with relentless external threats. Elsie Air carries a quieter tone, where creativity and thought are valued, and its many moons provide the resources needed for the construction of advanced forms. Dashvar exists on the edge, where constant raids have forged a people who endure through resilience rather than comfort. Vashia takes its place between phases, its atmosphere shaped over time by careful effort, and now surrounded by fleets and defensive structures that remain in steady orbit. Tolku, with its temples and places of instruction, reflects a different role, where those from beyond the Empire are guided and prepared before returning to their own worlds, carrying with them the influence of what they have learned. The third expansion begins with renewed direction, guided by leadership that seeks to extend the reach of the Empire even further, and carried forward by a commander whose efforts secure new ground in distant systems. The growth during this time is swift and noticeable, expanding the Empire beyond its earlier boundaries, aided in part by distractions that draw attention away from its steady advance. Yet this progress is not without resistance, and opposing forces return to challenge what has been gained, bringing the expansion to a pause that feels uncertain. Even so, the movement continues for a time until heavier resistance and internal loss bring it to a troubled end, leaving behind both new settlements and unresolved tensions that linger in the quiet space between them. Xai Mian emerges as one of these new septs, formed from a world once held by others, where those who remained have been moved deeper into the Empire to become part of its structure. Furios carries the weight of struggle, having been taken from a powerful enemy, and its people continue forward with a calm acceptance of the cost that came with its claiming. Bugalath Bay holds a different story, one marked first by victory and then by destruction, as its transformation into a full sept is interrupted by a forceful response that leaves the world consumed. A small number survive beneath a protective barrier, gathering in a single city that remains intact amid the devastation, yet cut off from the wider empire. In the aftermath, the system is abandoned, and those who remain attempt to move toward a distant refuge, only to be met by opposition from their own kind, determined to prevent that path from being taken. Many are lost in that final effort, though a few manage to escape, carrying with them the memory of what was left behind. Tau combat armor rests close to the body, formed in two distinct layers that work together in quiet balance. With an outer face of dense nanocrystalline metal bonded carefully to an inner layer of thermoset molecular polyethylene that yields just enough to soften what strikes it. The outer material, known as Pheotok in the Tau lexicon, carries a lightness that belies its strength, and it endures repeated impacts without losing its structure or purpose in the calm rhythm of battle. Beneath that surface, the inner layer absorbs force and spreads it outward, easing the shock of high-velocity strikes so that blunt trauma is less likely to reach the warrior within. These materials feel advanced even in stillness, offering resilience against penetration while remaining lighter than the plasteel used by the Imperium. And the way they are made remains beyond Imperial reach, because the Adeptus Mechanicus is forbidden from studying such alien methods by the Ordo Xenos. The armor itself often settles into a familiar shape, with a thicker left shoulder blade extending outward, and this quiet addition becomes a shield when a fire warrior kneels to steady a weapon, leaving that side exposed to the return fire that follows. Recon armor carries the same foundation as the armor worn by fire warriors, though it feels lighter in intent, as certain reinforced layers and plates are set aside, allowing greater movement at the cost of some protection. This balance suits the Pathfinders, who move ahead of others as scouts, relying on freedom and subtlety rather than enduring direct fire for long moments. It is still built in two layers, with the same dense, nanocrystalline outer face bonded to an inner layer of thermoset molecular polyethylene. The presence of Pheotok reinforces the armor's strength without adding unnecessary weight that would hinder precise movement. The inner layer continues to soften incoming force, dispersing energy and reducing the harm caused by fast impacts, and beneath it, the nonocular thread fatigues carry sound-absorbing fibers that quiet even small movements in the field. The materials remain resilient against penetration, and they feel lighter than the more conventional plasteel of the Imperium, though the methods used to create them are hidden from Imperial understanding. As the Adeptus Mechanicus is restricted by the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos from pursuing such knowledge. A wide array of support systems serves the forces of the Tau Empire, each one quietly refining how their warriors move and fight across the battlefield. Some of these systems are built into the massive forms of battlesuits, where stabilizing gyroscopes allow even the heaviest weapons to remain steady and precise, despite constant movement across uneven ground. Other systems work more subtly, watching the flow of battle through layers of data, as targeting computers sift through shifting threats, and calmly select those that matter most. In that steady stream of information, enemy leaders and specialists are marked out, and their presence fades under coordinated fire directed with careful precision. Vehicles carry their own quiet safeguards, where clusters of small drones emerge when damage occurs, drifting across armor and machinery as they restore function with practiced efficiency. At the same time, visual systems adjust to darkness and sudden flashes, allowing warriors to see clearly in conditions that would blind others and to strike unseen in the stillness of night. Communication flows through more advanced systems, linking warriors together into a single coordinated force, where a skilled commander can guide every shot with careful intent. The burden of this awareness is heavy, yet those who master it shape the battle with a steady hand, drawing order from the noise of war. Some systems exist for moments of sudden danger, where incoming threats are predicted and met with immediate response, while others push the limits of power itself, drawing upon unstable energy sources that can rival the output of a star. These devices offer immense strength, yet they carry quiet risks, and those who use them accept that cost without hesitation. There are weapons as well, designed not only to destroy, but to preserve what lies beneath, releasing waves that strip life away while leaving the world itself untouched. Around them, layers of deception and interference spread through the air, bending perception and shielding vehicles from harm as they move through the shifting haze of battle. Drones respond to distant commands, guided through unseen signals that bind them to their operator, acting with greater accuracy and purpose than they ever could alone. In those moments, the line between pilot and machine becomes indistinct, as each movement is carried out with quiet efficiency. Even the earliest signs of an ambush are not left to chance, as systems detect sudden arrivals and bring weapons to readiness before the enemy can act. In rare cases, the very nature of a pilot can change the way a battlesuit performs, shaping how power is handled and how risks are taken in the heat of combat. And in isolated instances, experimental shields bend light itself, wrapping their bearer in shifting distortion so that distance and sight no longer offer certainty to those who would aim from afar. When destruction becomes inevitable, some systems offer a final chance to escape, casting the pilot clear of a failing battlesuit and leaving them alone with only minimal protection. In these moments, survival depends not on technology, but on the ability to withdraw through a battlefield that offers little mercy. Larger vessels carry protective fields that do not halt incoming fire, but instead guide it aside through carefully shaped gravitic forces, allowing attacks to glance away rather than strike true. These shields grow stronger under greater assault, responding to energy with a steady resilience that protects both craft and crew. Beyond the battlefield, travel follows a different method, with spacecraft only briefly touching the boundary between real space and the warp. They slip through in short passages, allowing faster movement without fully entering that dangerous realm. This approach is slower than other methods, yet it remains reliable for an empire that does not rely on psychic navigation. Some devices are built for sacrifice, turning a battlesuit into a final weapon that erupts in a destructive blast, buying time for others to withdraw. The act is understood as a deliberate choice, one made in service of the greater whole. The materials used across Tau technology reflect the same careful design, with dense alloys that resist impact and energy alike, yet remain lighter than comparable substances. Armor shaped from these materials deflects incoming fire, and its surface reflects energy in a way that softens the force of an attack before it can penetrate. Close-range defense is handled with sudden bursts of force, where clouds of projectiles erupt against approaching enemies, forcing them back or ending their advance entirely. In other cases, gravitational energy is used to slow or halt movement itself, giving time to reposition and respond with calm efficiency. Signals placed upon the battlefield guide reinforcements with precision, allowing new forces to arrive exactly where they are needed without delay or confusion. Elsewhere, weapons descend from orbit, releasing pulses that disable technology across wide areas, leaving machines silent and vulnerable in their wake. Heavier armor can be added to battlesuits when protection is required above all else, though this comes at the cost of speed and freedom of movement. Even so, such choices are made when the situation demands endurance rather than agility. Movement itself is shaped by controlled propulsion, where flight is steady and deliberate, allowing warriors to remain stable even as they traverse the air and maintain their aim. Some systems guide forces from afar, using precise signals to direct descending units so that they arrive exactly where they are needed without error or delay. These quiet markers ensure that even from great heights, deployment remains controlled and deliberate. Within certain weapons, unstable materials are used to amplify destructive force, releasing intense bursts of energy when exposed to air and allowing shots to strike with far greater power than usual. This controlled instability is handled with care, yet it remains a potent tool in the arsenal of the Tau. Advanced sensors scan across every known band of detection, revealing enemies that would otherwise remain hidden, and sharing that knowledge across an entire unit. With this information, fire is directed with such precision that even cover offers little protection. Other systems focus on coordination, allowing multiple weapons to be used together without conflict, ensuring that each action supports the next in a seamless flow. This applies not only to individual warriors, but also to vehicles that maintain accuracy even as they move. Defensive systems continue to evolve, with specialized drones projecting shields strong enough to withstand impacts that would destroy lesser protections. These devices stand as quiet guardians, absorbing force so that others may continue forward. There are also tools designed to disrupt, sending interference through enemy systems and causing their weapons to falter or fail entirely. In these moments, technology becomes uncertain, and even the most reliable systems can turn against their users. Close combat is not ignored, as certain weapons allow a battlesuit to strike with immense force, breaking through armor and tearing apart machines with deliberate, crushing blows. These tools exist for situations where distance can no longer be maintained, and direct confrontation becomes unavoidable. Offensive bursts of light and sound repel those who approach too closely, disorienting them and slowing their advance, giving time for a measured response. Nearby, automated systems track incoming threats and respond instantly, providing steady protection without hesitation. Information flows constantly through relay systems, linking battlefield awareness with distant command and ensuring that every movement is part of a larger design. At the same time, weapons can be enhanced by nearby fields, extending their reach and allowing engagements to begin from greater distances. Within the mind of certain commanders, implanted knowledge offers guidance drawn from past brilliance, shaping decisions with a depth of experience that would otherwise be lost to time. Some devices release sudden waves of force, striking outward with controlled violence that halts an advancing enemy and breaks their momentum. These systems are the result of long efforts to understand unfamiliar technologies, and their operation reflects both persistence and adaptation. Shielding continues to evolve, with variations that favor different forms of defense, some offering stronger protection at close range, while others draw upon internal power to become nearly impenetrable for a brief moment. These layers of protection shift depending on the demands of battle, adjusting to the nature of the threat. There are also devices capable of shaping the ground itself, sending tremors through the terrain that can grow in intensity and duration when used with care. In certain cases, these forces have been directed with such precision that entire formations have been buried beneath collapsing structures or rising waves. Vehicles rely on subtle guidance systems that read the terrain ahead, allowing them to move smoothly through hazardous environments without triggering hidden dangers. This quiet awareness ensures that movement remains uninterrupted, even in uncertain conditions. More common defensive systems surround the bearer with energy fields that absorb incoming attacks, whether on a small scale or across the vast hull of a starship. These protections are a constant presence, forming a barrier between the warrior and the chaos beyond. Within a battlesuit, internal systems can sustain the pilot through injury, releasing controlled stimulants that allow them to continue fighting despite wounds that would otherwise end their effort. This support maintains effectiveness even as the strain on the body increases. Certain individuals carry unique devices that reveal weaknesses in enemy armor, guiding their allies to strike with greater efficiency. In these moments, knowledge becomes as valuable as any weapon. From orbit, coordinated strikes can flood a battlefield with intense light, overwhelming detection systems and exposing hidden positions, allowing follow-up attacks to land with precision. These actions are part of a larger strategy where each phase supports the next. Earlier experiments with implanted knowledge showed both promise and danger, granting great tactical ability while suppressing personal judgment and leaving lasting consequences when removed. These lessons remain, shaping how such technologies are used in later forms. There are also rare artifacts that disrupt forces tied to the warp, weakening their presence and limiting their influence, though their true nature remains uncertain to those who carry them. Systems that guide targeting allow warriors and vehicles to engage multiple enemies at once, ensuring that no opportunity is wasted and that each threat is addressed with calm precision. Refinement continues in systems that assist with aiming, where subtle adjustments account for movement and distance, allowing weapons to strike with greater accuracy across changing conditions. These tools support both vehicles and battlesuits, extending their effectiveness without altering their core function. In coordinated formations, specialized systems allow multiple units to combine their fire into a single focused action, overwhelming even the strongest defenses through unity and precision. This level of coordination reflects a disciplined approach, where individual effort is guided toward a shared outcome. Movement is further enhanced through additional thrusters, granting greater control and allowing battlesuits to disengage from close threats with smooth, deliberate motion. These systems offer flexibility, making it possible to reposition without losing stability. Larger variants expand upon this concept, enabling powerful leaps across great distances or rapid ascents that allow redeployment from one point to another. These movements are not frantic but controlled, shaped by systems that respond instantly to the pilot's intent. Finally, specialized tracking systems focus on airborne targets, following their movement through heat and motion detection, and allowing weapons to be brought to bear against threats that would otherwise remain out of reach. In this way, even the sky offers no true escape, as each system quietly extends the reach of the Tau across every domain of battle. The tall live within a structured order that places the needs of the many above any single life. And in that quiet understanding, each individual finds their place as part of something larger. Every person is seen as a necessary piece of the whole, yet no one stands above the collective. And this balance shapes how they think, act, and exist within their society. Status is not measured by personal ambition, but by one's position within a caste, and even the words that follow a name carry meaning. The lower rank is marked with a soft ending, while the highest carries a different tone, and through this simple pattern, a quiet hierarchy becomes clear without ever needing to be spoken aloud. Among them, the fire caste moves with purpose, formed by a past rooted in open plains and survival, where strength and endurance were essential to endure as hunters and warriors. Their bodies reflect that origin, often solid and capable, and those from the world of Fiorla carry an added weight of muscle shaped by heavier gravity, making their presence feel grounded and steady. The earth caste works in a different rhythm, their hands shaping tools, knowledge, and the very structure of their civilization. And through their efforts, the foundations of the Tau Empire continue to grow. Their forms are shorter and broader, built for labor and precision, and their influence can be felt in every crafted system and technological advance that surrounds them. The water caste moves between people and worlds, carrying words instead of weapons, and guiding connections that hold the empire together. Their taller and more slender frames seem to match their role, and their ease with language allows them to bridge differences, even reaching out to distant worlds where some have accepted the greater good without conflict. Far from the ground, the air caste lives in the quiet expanse between stars, their long limbs and hollow bones shaped by lives spent in low gravity, where movement follows different rules. They rarely return to planetary surfaces as the weight of gravity has become unfamiliar, and in earlier times they were said to glide on air currents with membranes stretched between their limbs, a memory of a different age. Above all of them, the ethereals stand as guides, their presence marked by a distinct ridge of bone at the center of the forehead, a feature that sets them apart without words. Their origins remain uncertain, yet their authority is rarely questioned, and when they speak, most will follow without hesitation, whether in council chambers or upon the field of battle. One among them, known as Aonfa, holds a place of prominence, leading as the ethereal supreme and guiding the greater whole with a steady, unseen hand. There is a quiet uncertainty that surrounds the way the ethereals guide their people, and over time, many have wondered how a divided and hostile collection of tribes became something unified and orderly. The question lingers in the background, not fully answered, yet never entirely dismissed. Some believe that the answer lies beyond simple leadership, suggesting that the distinct ridge upon the ethereals' foreheads is more than a visible trait, and may serve as a source of influence that reaches others without force. It is said that this feature could produce subtle signals, encouraging obedience or openness, not only among the Tau, but even touching other intelligent species in a quieter way. This idea did not exist from the beginning, and it emerged later, shaped by those who felt the Tau seemed too harmonious within a darker universe, and so a more unsettling possibility was introduced to shift that perception. The presence of control, even if uncertain, added a different tone to what was once seen as purely cooperative. That same feeling appears again in the use of specialized helms given to the Vespid, devices described as tools for communication, yet carrying an implication that something deeper may be taking place beneath their intended purpose. The suggestion of direct manipulation lingers there, not confirmed, yet difficult to ignore once considered. Tau warfare on the ground is carried out by the Firecast, their presence steady and deliberate as cadres move across the field in coordinated formations. Above them, the Aircast guides vessels through void and sky, maintaining fleets and carrying forces between distant systems with quiet precision. These fleets include both dedicated warships and armed merchant vessels, all part of a wider structure that binds the Empire together. Within these formations, warriors often come from the same sept, their shared origin shaping how they move and respond as a single unit. Alongside them stand auxiliaries drawn from other species, their roles woven carefully into the wider plan. Kroot warriors, Vespid stingwings, and human to face a fight, not as scattered allies, but as extensions of a unified purpose. The Tau favor distance in battle, keeping their enemies at range and relying on weapons that strike with controlled intensity. A fire warrior carries a pulse rifle that releases bursts of superheated plasma, each shot breaking apart as it travels, yet retaining its force. Some carry pulse carbines instead, lighter and easier to handle, though their reach is reduced, and fitted with launchers that fire photon grenades. When these grenades detonate, they release a sudden flare of light, and a concussive wave that can disorient those caught within it. The effect is not only physical, but momentarily overwhelming, giving space for repositioning and renewed control of the battlefield. In this way, each tool serves a precise role, contributing to a larger rhythm of movement and response. As more species are drawn into the Empire, their strengths are not ignored but integrated, sometimes in ways that appear harsh at a distance. Small auxiliary groups may draw enemy attention, acting as a lure, though they are not cast aside lightly and rely on the protection of supporting fire. Should the fighting close into melee, the Tau turn to the Kroot, whose skill in close combat contrasts with their own preference for distance, their presence completing the balance of the force. A cadre, known as a Kaui in the Tau tongue, forms the foundation of their ground forces, gathering together teams that move and act in quiet coordination. Each team resembles a small squad, and within it, warriors often share a common origin and training, their familiarity shaping how they fight side by side. Among the many forms a cadre may take, the hunter cadre appears most often, blending infantry, auxiliaries, battlesuits, and gunships into a single structure under a commander's guidance. Its composition shifts when needed, adjusting to the demands of a mission or the nature of the enemy, yet always maintaining a sense of cohesion that ties each element together. Other cadres take on more focused roles, some built around stealth and reconnaissance, others around rapid insertion or counter-assault. Pathfinders move ahead with quiet intent, marking targets, while sniper teams watch from a distance and gunships wait for the moment to strike. Battlesuits descend where pressure is greatest, their presence sudden yet calculated. Several cadres may gather into a larger formation known as a contingent, brought together for a single purpose and guided by both command and the quiet presence of an ethereal. These formations are not fixed, and once their task is complete, they dissolve or shift into new arrangements, leaving only the memory of their combined effort. Within each team, bonds form over time, sometimes sealed through shared rituals that mark a deeper connection between its members. Those who swear such oaths stand not just as soldiers, but as companions, their trust shaping how they act under pressure. As they gain experience, they may move forward together, their paths crossing again in new roles and new formations. At a greater scale, contingents may gather into larger temporary groupings, and beyond them stand commands that encompass entire castes within a region. When all castes align under a single purpose, they form a coalition guided by an ethereal council, representing the full weight of the Empire's organized strength. Tau combat doctrine reflects an older rhythm, shaped by methods once used to hunt across wide plains, now carried into modern war. Each hunter cadre is drawn together with care, its members prepared before any strike begins, their actions aligned through planning rather than impulse. They prefer to act with purpose, choosing the moment of engagement rather than reacting to it, then focusing on removing the enemy rather than holding ground. If a position is threatened, they withdraw with discipline, taking with them what matters and returning later when conditions favor them once again. Two guiding approaches shape their actions, each reflecting a different way of reaching the same end. The Mantica is a decisive strike aimed at breaking key elements of the enemy in a single, controlled moment, after which resistance weakens and the rest can be resolved with less strain. The Kaoyan moves more slowly, drawing the opponent into a prepared space where patience gives way to sudden and contained violence. Their reliance on ranged combat remains constant, and when close fighting becomes unavoidable, they turn to allied forces suited to that role. Fire warriors may hold a forward line, using their weapons to weaken advancing enemies, maintaining distance for as long as possible. Behind them, crude carnivores wait with quiet readiness, their movement restrained until the moment arrives. When the enemy closes the gap, they surge forward, taking the brunt of the charge and allowing the fire warriors to withdraw and resume their preferred distance, restoring the balance that defines Tau warfare. The fire caste have long seen warfare as something to be shaped with care, a discipline that rewards patience, study, and steady refinement over time. At the center of their teachings rests the Code of Fire, a way of thinking that favors movement and distance, where swift positioning and precise ranged firepower take the place of close combat. From this belief, the first Tau battlesuits were created, giving the hunter cadres a way to move more freely across the battlefield, while carrying weapons that could strike from afar with greater force. Their development followed the same quiet expansion of the Tau across the stars, each step forward in territory reflected in steady advances in design. Early prototypes were tested during the first wave of expansion, and though they proved capable, progress came slowly. In the second half of the 39th millennium, improvements in anti-gravitic motors were brought together with the existing suit technology, forming the first T-series battlesuits that aided in the annexation of the Dashvar Sept. These early machines were heavy and not yet refined, yet they allowed the fire caste to face enemies that had once been beyond their reach. At the same time, they offered the Earth caste a chance to quietly test and shape the technologies that would define future designs. The original suits relied on fossil fuel power, though they were soon replaced by the V-series, which drew energy from nuclear fission reactors. The first versions of these newer suits exposed their pilots to dangerous levels of radiation, and this cost was not easily borne. Later improvements resolved this issue, and with that change, battlesuits became a regular presence within the military forces of the Tau Empire. As their use spread, newly trained pilots began to refine their approach, learning how to move and strike in ways that matched the strengths of their armored forms. By the beginning of the next great expansion, advances in power systems and weapon loadouts had already reshaped what these suits could achieve. Repulsor jump jet technology strengthened with anti-gravitic systems allowed the hunter cadres to cross terrain with ease, and new worlds were brought under control at a pace not seen before. A key moment came with the creation of a nanocrystalline alloy known as Phyotach, a material both strong and light, offering protection comparable to Space Marine power armor. This allowed the Earth caste to build suits that were more resilient without sacrificing the speed and agility that the Fire caste valued so deeply. From this work came the X-Series battlesuits, and among them, the XV-8 Crisis battlesuit stands as the most enduring example. These suits remain central to the Tau way of war, even as new variants and refinements continue to appear. As the Empire reached farther into unknown space, the hunter-gatherers met new and dangerous enemies, and each encounter brought new demands. In response, the Earthcast developed specialized suits designed for specific roles, shaped by the threats they were meant to face. The compact XV-15 stealth suit was made for quiet scouting and infiltration, though it was later replaced by the larger XV-25 after concerns arose that their technology had been captured by the Imperium during the Kappa Mortis incident. In another conflict, the Great War of Confederation led to the creation of high-yield missile pods for the XV-88 broadside battlesuits, allowing them to better withstand the assaults of orc hordes. Later still, the XV-104 Riptide battlesuit was developed after contact with the vast armies of the Imperium during the Damocles Gulf Crusade, marking the arrival of the first-class 10 battlesuit. The KV-128 Storm Surge followed as a direct answer to the towering war machines of the Imperium, standing as yet another sign that the Earthcast continues its quiet, unending pursuit of technological superiority. Among the Firecast, the use of a battlesuit is not given lightly, and it is seen as a quiet mark of honor that must be earned over time. A fire warrior advances through years of steady service, their progress shaped by careful evaluation known as the trial by fire, which measures their readiness without haste or favor. Only those who have proven themselves in battle and reached the rank of Chassui are permitted to take that next step, and even then the path begins with the lighter forms of warfare. They learned through the use of stealth suits, where patience and precision guide them through infiltration and ambush, continuing the discipline they first embraced as pathfinders. When that stage has passed, the transition feels like a natural continuation rather than a sudden rise, and they are entrusted with a crisis battlesuit, joining the ranks of the Firecast elite. From there, many move toward the use of heavier support roles where experience with broadside battlesuits deepens their understanding of coordinated firepower, even if some choose to pass over this stage. In time, a second trial by fire determines whether they are ready to lead, and those who succeed take on the role of Shah's Vray, guiding their own crisis battlesuit teams with measured authority. Continued success carries them further, first into the close protection of a commander's bodyguard, and later into command itself when they attain the rank of Shah's L, where their experience reflects years of disciplined warfare and careful adaptation. Those who endure long enough and prove their strength in this role may rise once more, reaching the rank of Shaso, where only the most capable remain. It is at this level that rare and experimental war gear may be entrusted to them, and in their hands such tools have altered the course of battles that might otherwise have been lost. Over time, these instruments become tied to the memory of their deeds, remembered alongside the warriors who carried them. Yet not all follow this full path, as some remain within roles that suit them more closely, whether through choice or through the limits of their advancement. These warriors often become steady figures within the Firecast, guiding others as squad leaders, catering fire blades, or leaders of specialized battlesuit teams, ensuring that the knowledge they have gained continues to shape those who come after them. The Tau Empire makes use of a wide range of advanced weaponry, shaped carefully by the hands of the Earthcast and refined over time. These designs often surpass the tools of other races, and their most recognizable forms can be seen in pulse and rail weapon systems that define their armies. Their approach to warfare is not fixed, and each tool is shaped by the demands of the battlefield as it shifts and changes. Because of this, many devices are created in evolving forms, tested and adjusted in active combat rather than in isolation. Some of these weapons are marked as experimental, set apart from standard issue and entrusted only to those with the experience to judge their worth. These commanders carry them into war, not only to fight, but to observe and refine their use in the quiet moments between engagements. The air-bursting fragmentation projector was developed during the Third Sphere expansion, its design shaped for wide and controlled destruction across open ground. It releases a proximity-fused projectile that follows a calculated path, guided by a simple drone intelligence embedded within the warhead itself. This internal system determines the exact height and spacing of its submunitions, allowing each detonation to spread evenly across a target area with measured precision. The effect is not chaotic, but deliberate, as each burst finds its place within a larger pattern of destruction. Even now, the weapon remains under evaluation, issued only to senior Firecast commanders who are trusted to test its limits in live conditions. It is a tool still being understood, its potential revealed slowly with each deployment. A known variant, the microburst fragmentation launcher, alters this balance by focusing its energy into tighter and more forceful blasts. It sacrifices the wide dispersal of its predecessor, instead delivering concentrated concussive power with each shot. Its smaller form and faster firing cycle allow it to function in confined environments, where space is limited and timing matters more than reach. In such close quarters, its controlled bursts become precise strikes, shaping the battlefield in brief and sudden moments. The Dawn Blade is an ancient weapon, carried by Commander Farsight and drawn from a forgotten past that predates the Imperium itself. He claimed it from the ruins of Arthas Moloch, pulling it free in a moment of desperation as a demon pressed its assault upon that silent world. Its origins lie with a lost alien race, one that left behind no clear explanation for the materials or methods used in its creation. Even the most skilled minds of the Earthcast cannot fully understand what it is made of, only that it endures beyond what should be possible. The blade cuts with unnatural ease, passing through rock, armor, and flesh without resistance, leaving only the faint shimmer of energy in its wake. As it moves, its surface flickers with strange light, tracing arcs that linger for a heartbeat before fading into stillness. Farsight adapted the weapon for use with his battlesuit, making it an extension of his will in close combat. Since that moment on Arthas Moloch, it has remained at his side, a constant presence in every engagement that draws him into the reach of his enemies. The EMP blaster is a specialized weapon built to disrupt rather than destroy, and issued only to a specific variant of Vanguard Commander battlesuits. It fires short-ranged rounds that detonate with a contained burst, releasing an electromagnetic pulse at the moment of impact. This pulse moves through armor and machinery, interfering with circuits and systems that rely on precise function. Vehicles falter under its influence, and internal mechanisms begin to fail in ways that are often sudden and difficult to recover from. Though it leaves no visible damage on the surface, its effect is deeply felt within, where systems collapse or overload under the strain. In some cases, the disruption becomes severe enough to trigger a catastrophic failure, ending in a violent reaction that consumes the target from within. EMP grenades are issued to certain Firecast infantry, carried as compact tools that disrupt the enemy without direct physical force. When activated, they release a brief electromagnetic pulse that spreads outward in a controlled burst. This pulse interferes with electronic systems, causing anything from minor disruptions to severe malfunctions that can cripple complex machinery. Armor systems falter, vehicles lose control, and internal processes begin to break down in unpredictable ways. The damage is not visible at first glance, yet its consequences unfold quickly as systems fail and overload. In some cases, the instability becomes too great to contain, and the affected machine collapses into a destructive reaction that ends its function entirely. The Equalizer is a close combat weapon carried exclusively by members of the Ethereal caste, held as both a symbol of authority and a means of protection. They are always carried in pairs, their simple baton-like form concealing the power contained within. Each one houses a disruption field that activates on impact, releasing force that can shatter armor and bone with a single controlled strike. The motion is precise, guided by discipline rather than aggression, reflecting the role of those who carry them. Though they serve as emblems of office, they are not merely ceremonial, and their presence suggests readiness beneath calm restraint. In moments where defense becomes necessary, they offer a swift and decisive response. Tau flamers resemble those used by other forces, yet their construction reflects a more stable and controlled approach to their function. They project streams of burning fuel, designed to sweep across groups of lightly armored enemies with consistent intensity. Mounted on battlesuits, they become tools of close engagement, particularly effective when fighting through confined or obstructed environments. In such spaces, the spread of flame fills gaps and corners, reaching where direct fire might fail. Their reliability allows them to be used with confidence, maintaining a steady output that supports the movement of the unit. Within dense terrain, their presence shapes the flow of combat, clearing space with measured bursts of heat. The Honor Blade is a long, two-handed weapon carried by members of the Ethereal caste, shaped as both a symbol and a practical tool. Each one is crafted individually, yet all share the form of a broad blade set upon a light and balanced shaft. It serves a ceremonial role often used in controlled duels between ethereals that resemble a form of coordinated meditation rather than open combat. The movements are fluid and deliberate, creating patterns that flow without urgency or excess force. In these exchanges, the blade moves so smoothly that its path becomes difficult to follow, its motion blending into a continuous sweep. Though rarely used in battle, it remains a weapon of last resort, carried with quiet readiness should the need arise. In the long span of years that followed, the path of the Tau Empire did not settle into stillness, but continued forward with the same quiet momentum that had first begun on their homeworld. From the distant memory of the Monto through the first unifying words of the ethereals, and into the widening reach of the sphere expansions, their history has remained a steady movement outward, shaped by both purpose and resistance. Each conflict, whether against the Imperium, the Tyranids, or the ancient Necrons, left its mark without breaking that direction. At Daleth Prime, at Malbady, beneath the oceans of Kvarium Alpha, and across the deserts of Taros, the Tau faced forces far older and far larger than themselves. Yet in each case, they endured, adapted, and continued, holding to the same guiding principle that first brought their people together. There were moments where paths diverged, as with the Farsight enclaves, and moments where even long-standing enemies stood side by side against a greater threat. There were losses as well in the silent colony worlds consumed by High Fleet Gorgon, and in the many lives given across distant battlefields. Even so, the structure of the Empire remained intact, its septs connected not only by distance, but by shared intent. The greater good, first spoken in a time of siege and division, did not fade as the Empire grew. Instead, it became the thread that bound each expansion, each alliance, and each decision made in the face of uncertainty. It guided the absorption of new worlds, the acceptance of allied species, and the continued belief that unity could be maintained even as the galaxy pressed against them from all sides. And so the Tau Empire continues, not as a sudden force, but as a measured one. Its growth is neither hurried nor without cost, yet it does not turn back. From a world where fire was once a discovery to a presence that now reaches across many systems, their journey remains unfinished, carried forward by the same quiet certainty that first opened the gates of Feodan. Thousands of Terran years, the leagues of Votan have drawn wealth from the galactic core. They have endured the dangers of that restless region and carried on through long ages of hardship. Across those millennia, they have fought many of the galaxy's starfaring species. At times, they have also traded with others or served as mercenaries in wars that were not their own. Now the galaxy shakes under the great rift in the era Indomitus. The leagues face new trials and new wars begin to gather around them. The kin are squat and powerfully built humanoids. They live in great numbers within the galactic core, less numerous than the teeming humans, but more firmly established than the young Tau or the fading Eldari. They're a clone species shaped generation after generation through artificial womb machines called crucibles. These machines draw from vast stores of genomic data, creating a people who are stable and varied. Their society is also strengthened by the Ironkin. These are self-aware machine intelligences in mechanical bodies devoted to helping their flesh and blood kin. To the kin, the Ironkin are not tools or servants. They are equal and valued members of their star-faring people in quiet times and in war. Few species in the galaxy can match the kin in body, mind, or spirit. They are tireless and enduring, but also deeply conservative in thought. Once their course is set, it takes much to make them change direction. Those outside their species have little hope of moving them from a chosen path. This makes the kin hard and implacable enemies. It can also make them precious allies, but earning that aid is never simple. The kin look first to their own family duties and obligations. In the end, they look always to the survival of their people. When they judge that another's motives run against those interests, friendship can close like a door. In such moments, the kin are more likely to become foes. Their earliest origins lie among void-born mining fleets. From that beginning came a moral code with little room for carelessness. A filter changed too late could mean death in the void. A weak seam left unseen, or a leaking water tank ignored, could become disaster. To miss valuable resources in a stellar body is also a grave failure. The same is true in an asteroid field or in a drifting belt of matter. A void ship may need those raw materials for repairs. It may also need them to feed the systems that keep it alive. When waste or laziness can doom everyone aboard, they become among the worst of sins. Even simple error carries a terrible weight in such a life. From painful experience, the kin have built a rugged survivalist culture. They find strength and unity in the constant search for resources their kindreds need. This drive to gather and endure has often been judged harshly by others. To many outside eyes, the kin seem selfish and seem to hoard what they find. It is possible that the ancestor cores still hold all kin history from the earliest days. If such knowledge remains, it is likely buried so deeply that it cannot be recovered. Even the careful and practical kin have had to accept a hard truth. Beyond a certain point, their ancient history fades into myth and legend. The Leagues of Votan take their name in honor of Votan itself. Votan is also called the Primal Ancestor, the Gilded One, and the Stone Mind, among other names. In some kin myths, Votan was not one being, but many. It appears as gleaming golden figures, or as a wheel of graven stone faces. In other myths, Votan made the first crucibles. Then it raised up the kin and sent them into the dark void. Those same myths speak of oceans of fire and flesh rising to swallow them. The image remains strange and distant, held as memory without certainty. some tales call Wotan the eldest and wisest of the first ancestors. These first ancestors are shadowy and poorly defined, shown in many forms when they are shown at all. Sometimes they are humanoid in kin depictions. At other times, they are something else entirely, and their nature remains unclear. The kin accept with typical pragmatism that such myths are contradictory and suspect. They do not treat them as a definite record of fact. This uncertainty does not trouble them very much. Rooted in tradition and dour realism, they feel less need than humans to wear the armor of faith. The inexplicable does not frighten the kin. They accept reality as it appears before them and leave ancient mysteries alone, unless they touch the present. Many Grimnir still commune with the ancestor cores. They hope that the right questions may unlock pieces of their ancient history. Most do this from curiosity and a wish for completeness. They are not driven by any deep need to explain their existence. Even so, there are certain lost histories that all kin hold as fact. These are called the first truths. It is a first truth that the earliest ancestors left the kin homeworld long ago. That homeworld was almost certainly pre-Imperial Terra during the age of technology. They departed aboard fleets of sublight interstellar generation ships. These vessels were known as Long March vessels, and they carried the ancestors into the void. It is a first truth that the kin were cloned people from the beginning. It is also a first truth that the Ironkin were with them from the earliest days. Another first truth says the ancestors set out as miners, prospectors, and void dredgers. They were charged with drawing wealth from the heavens. Kin myth begins to blend into recorded history near the galactic core. This happened as the Long March fleets drew close to that dangerous region. Why they did not return to the heartlands of humanity's civilization is unclear, yet many kin fleets entered the core within only a few Terran centuries. From this, it might be inferred that some deliberate choice was made. The source does not say what that choice truly was. In this same period, the final references to the first ancestors appear. They often blur with mentions of the ancestor cores or pass slowly into them. The ancestor cores are also called the Wotan by the kin. In practice, the kin use both terms interchangeably. Here, the first ancestors are remembered as agents of change. They are held responsible for most stable mutations and phenotypical expressions in the kin gene pool. These expressions are known collectively as clone skins. The gene pool seems to have been broad, deep, and varied from the beginning. This breadth contradicts simple ideas about a cloned race being made of identical copies. The kin were never merely one face repeated without change. The Wotan are also believed to have hardened the kin in body and spirit. Some accounts say this answered a threat, and others say it prepared them for the core. In practical terms, the clone skins gave the baseline kin denser musculature and tougher bones. They also brought higher red and white cell counts for more efficient bodies. These changes made the kin resistant to hard radiation. They also gave them exceptional core strength and great physical resilience when compared with baseline humans. The changes to the kin spirit are stranger, but no less clear. Their souls shine far more dimly in the warp than the souls of humans. The kin show no uncontrolled psychic mutation. Only those with the proper psychoactive clone skin can activate the barrier tech used by psychically active kin. That barrier tech allows such kin to interact with the Empyrean. It marks their psychic nature as controlled, limited, and bound to specific inheritance. It is rare for kin to suffer physical mutation. It is also rare for them to fall to demonic possession or to the temptations of chaos. Hostile psychic powers struggle to take hold upon them. Some outside observers have linked this hardening of the soul to their stubborn culture. If that suggestion is true, it is only one side of a metaphysical feedback loop. Across the millennia, that loop has served their race well. Beyond these general benefits, many clone skins give extra useful abilities. Some kin have heightened reactions or vision that reads infrared and other energistic spectra. Others carry limited resistance to extremes of temperature or gravity. Some endure strains of ionizing cosmic radiation with more strength than baseline bodies could manage. The list of clone skin gifts continues beyond this. Their value is clear in the harsh environments of the galactic core. Many clone skins show themselves in the body. They may appear as unusual eyes or skin, craggy subdermal layers, chemical odors, or other visible signs. To humanity, such differences would surely invite prejudice and mistreatment. To the kin, they are marks of useful ability. These gifts may be granted by the unknowable ancestor cores. They may also be encouraged by the cloners' guilds during gestation. Obscure legend gives way fully to historical record in the centuries that followed. Scattered kin fleets settled new worlds, opened trade routes, and became the first leagues of Vatan. All kin belong to a kindred, except for rare outcasts. A kindred rests somewhere between an extended family, a clan, and a close-knit interstellar nation. Some kindreds hold only a few dozen kin. Others contain many thousands or even millions, all bound by shared origin. Every kin in a kindred is a clone from that kindred's crucibles. This gives them a genetic bond deeper than loyalty to any flag. When they are not abroad among the stars, they usually live and train within their kindred's hold. They also toil there between trade, scouting, mineral prospecting, and war. The kind often give simple words a deeper meaning. They dislike wasting words, and the word hold carries many shades among them. Across the leagues of Votan, a hold can mean many different things. Some are fortress, city, industrial complex, and strip mine all at once. The largest holds may spread across a whole world's surface. Others may honeycomb beneath it, hidden deep under stone and industry. Some holds are heavily armed void stations. Others are chains of domes in asteroid belts nomadic harvesting fleets, or stranger works of advanced technology. A hold may even be a mobile matter energy siphoning plant. Such a marvel can ride the edge of a black hole, harvesting from its accretion disk. A single kindred can be a commanding force. Its hold may contain crowded cityscapes, industrial might, military power, and many great void ships. Yet greater than this are the alliances called leagues. These are confederations of several kindreds, joined by shared purpose and common strength. Nearly every kindred belongs to one league or another. They display their colors and emblems with pride, and share trade, military support, and guild tariffs. Many leagues of Votan have endured for millennia. The Greater Thurian League, the Ymir Conglomerate, the Urani Surtur Regulates, and the Typhon Styx Protectorate are ancient powers. Other kin power blocks also stand established across long ages. Some have declined, including the ill-fated Cabellan League, after centuries of change. Still others are more recent in their founding. Among these are the Cronus Hegemony and the Sarentok Mercantile Leagues. At the heart of every kin league lies at least one Votan. These are also known as ancestor cores, and they are central to kin existence. The kin believe these ancient thinking machines were created in a lost age of myth. They departed the homeworld aboard the first kin mining fleets. The Votan went into the void beside the kin. They were meant to give all the wisdom and aid their people would need. The nodes through which that wisdom once flowed became the Fanes. These Fanes now lie within all kindred holds. The Votan have value beyond calculation, for the kin Terran millennia have changed them, making them slow, ponderous, and senescent. Even so, they remain repositories of vast lore. They are also treasured links to ancestors from untold centuries before. Those kin who can commune with the Votan are called the Grimnir. They are sometimes known as living ancestors and are respected by all. Terra and millennia have passed since the first holds were raised in the galactic core. Through all that time, the kin have mostly remained inside its strange boundaries. Many starfaring races have long been daunted by that region. Still, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Eldari, and the Worshippers of Chaos have all made inroads. Some came seeking the incredible riches produced by stellar nurseries and other cosmic wonders. Others wished to hide among turbulent gravitic anomalies. There were also those who investigated dense asteroid clusters near the galaxy's heart. These had been flung from accretion disks around the central supermassive black hole. Yet the core is a forge for stars. It is an immense stretch of wild space filled with raging fundamental forces. Many who sought sanctuary or fortune there found only ruin. Their blasted remains and drifting void hulks became headstones in the dark. The kin did not share that fate. Their bodies and technologies seemed shaped for survival in that perilous region. Where others failed, the kin prospered. Their Gothonian mining delts were the hardiest of all, and their augmented members delved deepest. Those individuals were heavily augmented and almost suicidally brave. By the bloody light of red giants, they pushed into places others could not endure. Their spaceborne particle excavators disassembled newborn stars from within. The bountiful fusion harvest was then used to refine fundamental elements unknown to other intelligent species. Those elements fed the kin's growing interstellar industry. From such work, their holds and fleets continued to endure. Kindred void ships cut whole planets apart, then they sent external refinery rigs down on kilometers-long umbilici, drawing up the molten harvest. Ancient cosmic radiation and particulate belts were gathered for use. Some had already been old when the war in heaven raged between the Old Ones and the Catan. These resources were drawn into immense plasma conductors. Others were caught in atomic scoops and then transmuted into materials the kin needed. One by one, beleagues formed. Trade routes crossed void straits battered by searing stellar winds. Merchant craft moved back and forth through the galactic core. They traveled between the outer circumnuclear disk and the ominous dead zone around the heart. More holds were raised, and they grew greater with time. Some stood on worlds where night never fell, because the skies were crowded with stars. Life in the core remained hard for the kin, yet the rewards were rich, and they understood the value of a place where rivals struggled. As Terran millennia passed, the leagues of Votan kept their focus on the core. They settled its vast sprawl and drew from its boundless material riches. None of this means the kin never traveled into the wider galaxy. The boldest among them went beyond the galactic core to prospect new regions. Others set out to trade with starfaring species unlike their own. Their journeys were also shaped by a common belief in kin culture. To truly honor the ancestors, one should live fully and learn all that one can. One should discover what may be discovered and return with worthy experience. This belief sent many kin exploratory and prospecting fleets outward. These fleets were commonly called prospects, and they carried kin curiosity into the galaxy. It also led bands of kin to leave their own people for a time. They fought as mercenaries in the wars of other intelligent species. They returned only after gathering knowledge and experience fit for the Votan. In this way, travel and battle could become offerings of value. Through prospect expeditions and other contacts, the leagues encountered all of the galaxy's great powers. Some of these meetings came through alien races able to endure the core. In many cases, contact was limited to one fleet, conflict, or trade agreement, but kin remained close-mouthed around outsiders. They saw no reason to reveal the full scale of their holdings in the core. They also avoided risking the discovery of the Votan. Many peoples therefore mistook a single kindred or league for a small alien species. In Imperial records, the truth of many such encounters cannot be known. It is impossible to say how many nomad races were truly kin. The same uncertainty surrounds unclassified Xenos trade fleets, and so-called abhuman enclaves. Where the kin have been identified consistently, the Imperium usually calls them squads. The term is pejorative, and Imperial classification shifts between abhuman and true Xenos. The kin have also been mistakenly known to Tau and humans as the Demiurge. The Eldari have called them the Heliosi Ancients. Other starfaring peoples have known them as the Nostari, the Grome, or the Craig. The kin bear these names with both contempt and amusement. Their own oldest surviving records help confirm a link with ancient pre-imperial old Earth. To the kin, this link only demands greater caution in dealings with humanity. The Leagues decided long ago that neither the God Emperor nor the Omnissiah was their deity. Anything that might strengthen Imperial claims over them is therefore avoided. Alongside exploration, trade, and prospecting, the kin have fought countless wars. A disproportionate number of these campaigns have been against the orcs. The orcs remain the kin's most hated and most frequent foes. Green-skinned civilizations flourish in the galactic core, as they do throughout the galaxy. Their crude and hardy societies would be difficult enough for the kin. Their anarchic and destructive nature is anathema to everything the kin value. This combination has driven mutual aggression between the two species many times. The kind also have little patience for mortal worshippers of the dark gods. They view those worshippers with disgust and bewilderment. To the kin, such enemies stand far outside the order they work to preserve. The kin also dislike the Necrons. They have fought them many times when kin excavations disturb subterranean stasis tomb complexes. Other wars begin when ancient Necron dynasties wake from the Great Sleep. These dynasties return to reclaim worlds already settled by the kin. The Tyranids are known throughout the Leagues of Votan as the Bane. The kin regard them with wary respect, like especially intelligent and dangerous predators. This respect has not kept some kindreds from hunting Tyranid splinter fleets. They strike isolated hive ships to harvest their resource-rich biomatter. Humanity has been both enemy and ally to the Leagues. Inquisitors and intolerant space marines are quick to call the kin Xenos and demand their slaughter. The Adeptus Mechanicus are seen by the kin as superstitious tech shamans. Their hungry yet deliberate ignorance about science and technology makes them dangerous. Where the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot be avoided, they are to be swiftly eliminated. This judgment follows from the threat the kin believe they pose. With the Eldari, the Tau, and several other starfaring alien species, the kin have kept semi-cordial relations. They have also achieved sporadic trade and commerce. There have still been exceptions. The kin have little patience for the gruesome excesses of the Drukari, or what they see as a Soriani arrogance. In more recent times, they have clashed with the dynamic Tau Empire. These conflicts have taken place around the fringes of the Chalnath expanse. The kin are short and squat abhumans, descended from the humans of pre-imperial Terra. They stand about 4 feet tall, or 1.4 meters, yet their bodies carry great hidden strength. beneath their compact frames are dense muscles and strong bones, giving them raw physical power close to that of a space marine. Each kin belongs to a race of clones, shaped from a shared genetic foundation within each kindred. Their lives begin under the careful watch of the Votan, inside mechanical wombs known as crucibles. Even so, the kin are not made as identical copies of one another, nor do they suffer the weaknesses that might come from a narrow pool of genes. Long ago, across many Terran millennia, the first ancestors prepared their people for the hard conditions of the galactic core. They shaped stable mutations and unusual visible traits into kin genomes, and these were known as clone skins. Through them, the kin received bodies better suited for labor, endurance, and survival in dangerous places. Their muscles and bones became denser than the human baseline, giving them greater strength and a stronger resistance to injury. Their blood could be made in greater supply, with higher red and white cell production. This gave the kin more efficient breathing for demanding work, and a stronger immune system against ionizing radiation. Many clone skins gave particular benefits to the kin who carried them. Some allowed quicker reactions than those of ordinary kin. Others opened sight into infrared or into other electromagnetic spectra beyond visible light. Some brought greater resistance to heat, cold, gravity, or ionizing radiation. These changes also showed themselves on the surface of the body in ways that made each bearer distinct. A kin might have skin or eyes of unusual color by human standards. Another might show altered layers beneath the skin, with craggy ridges on the head or elsewhere. Some carried unusual odors or similar changes that were only cosmetic. Among the kin, such differences do not bring prejudice or discrimination. They are seen as signs of useful abilities and as marks of the enhancements they were meant to carry. In this way, the varied forms of the kin speak quietly against the idea that clones must all be the same. The first ancestors also changed the minds and spirits of the kin by means that remain unknown. Because of this hardening, they are far less able to use the powers of the Immaterium. They are also far less open to the unnatural beings that dwell within it. Their resistance makes them much less prone to the mutations brought by exposure to chaos. Possession by demons is extremely rare among the kin, and so too is corruption by chaos. They also seem highly resistant to powers used against them when those powers draw from the warp. Yet this same protection has another side, since true psychers simply do not appear among the kin. The mutation is absent from them. These changes also seem to have shaped the nature of most kin, making them conservative, stoic, and deeply stubborn. In place of the psyker mutation, the first ancestors gave them a specialized clone skin. This expression appears among the Grimnir, the living ancestors who connect the kin to the wisdom of the Votan. Among such highly secular people, they are the closest thing to priests. Those who bear the psychoactive clone skin can activate the advanced barrier technologies held by the Leagues. Through these technologies, the kin are able to make limited contact with the warp. The link remains narrow and controlled, held within the careful bounds their people were made to endure. The kin are traditionalist in spirit, and they hold to the same deep structures wherever they dwell. No matter which kindred or league they belong to, their society rests upon the kindreds, the guilds, and the leagues of Votan. These foundations are also venerable institutions, and the kin fight to ensure that they endure. The bond of a kindred remains with every kin and ironkin, whether they stay within their hold or travel far among the stars. Warriors, merchants, miners, and courageous Ernkin rangers all carry that bond with them. Between members of a kindred, there is a shared genetic understanding that reaches deeper than words. It is a common way of thought and action, binding their armies so tightly that outsiders may mistake it for a low form of telepathy. Every kindred has a name, chosen when that kindred was founded. Some are named for the ancestor credited with their beginning, such as Skelfi's kindred, the kindred of Narun, or Vikat's kin. Others take their names from a defining feature of their old world, like the kindred of Echodark, the Thousand Stars kindred, or the Iron Canyon kindred. Some use oddly basic names, such as Kindred 6 or Kindred 11D. Others speak more plainly of their nature, as with the Star Delver kindred or the kindred of Orc Slayers. The kin also mingle these forms, creating names such as Yoth's Black Pillars kindred or the kindred Stoic of Night Gulf. Beyond its people, the heart of every kindred rests in its 4 pillars. The first of these is the hearth, the fire that burns at the center of the hold. It echoes the age when all kin sailed the stars aboard great generation ships. The hearth is the blazing plasma reactor that powers the hold's defenses and sustains light and life within. Its fire is said to burn in the breast of every kin of that kindred. It is only extinguished when every last member of the kindred has fallen. The second pillar is the forge, where the kindred known as Broker craft what their people require. Weapons, equipment, tools, vehicles, and technologies all come from this labor. In planet-based holds, the forge may be a vast industrial workshop. Elsewhere, it may be a huge factory vessel, a hollowed industrial asteroid, or a grave-anchored factory station. The third pillar is the fane, tended by the living ancestors. From the fane comes the wisdom of the Votan, because it is here that the Grimnir interface with their kindred's ancestor core. The final pillar is the Crucible, where genomic cloning technologies and artificial wombs preserve the kindred as a people. Its ancient devices are defended by the oath-sworn orders of the Empire. Every kindred governs itself from a huge spherical chamber called the Spake Rond, set within its primary hold. There the Hearth Spake gathers, made up of guildmasters, senior officers of the kindred's military kinhost, and wise and cunning Grimnir. Even with the strong family bond of genetically related clones born from the kindred's crucibles, the Hearth Spake is given to strident debate. The kin are slow to change their minds, and when they believe they know what is best for their kindred, they can be remarkably stiff-necked. All who gather there know that the ancestors are watching. Voices may rise and debates may last for solar days. Even so, the Hearth Spake shows little of the politicking or self-interested maneuvering seen in many other intelligent species. The kin may be hard-headed, but they are almost always earnest and honest in their wish to guide their kindred well. Employment-based civilian organizations called guilds run through kin society like veins of ore through bedrock. Each guild unites kin who perform a certain occupational role or provide a certain service within a region of kin space. Guildmasters rule over them, setting standards for accreditation, expected workmanship, and the tithes their members levy. The most prominent guildmasters also attend the hearthspake of their kindred, giving a voice to the civilian kin within their guilds. In theory, the guilds stand apart from kindred loyalties. They are meant to preserve fair competition across kin space without kindred politics carrying too much weight. In practice, smaller guilds rarely reach beyond a single hold or kindred. Guild affiliation is also voluntary, and not every kin chooses it. Guild members look askance at those without membership, known as freelancers. Freelancers, in turn, despair at those they see as hidebound guildsmen. Even where larger guilds span several kindreds, another enterprising group of kin may still create a rival guild. Competition between such bodies can grow heated. Other starfaring races have been caught in the crossfire as rival guilds sponsor oath-band expeditions into rich star systems. In such moments, the guilds may care far more about beating their rivals to the prize than about the luckless civilizations already living on contested worlds. Despite their fractious nature, the guilds are invaluable to kin society. They smooth trade, commerce, and transit between kindreds. They also provide administration and support throughout the leagues, from star mining and gravitic fracking to military supply chains, voidcraft repair, food and drink, homes and holds, and every part of manufacture and distribution. Kin society works better through the guild's competition and high standards. The first leagues of Photon were formed by kindreds that directly possessed ancestor cores. At first, these leagues were military alliances created to protect the precious Photon. They sprang naturally from the human Long March mining fleets that had settled the galactic core. In time, the legs became mutually beneficial allied bodies, comparable in size and culture to star-spanning nations. Each league holds sole claim to the ancient heraldic colors and logos of one Long March mining fleet. Every kindred belonging to that league may display those schemes and sigils, provided they do so with proper respect. Over time, the territories claimed by each league in the galactic core have become relatively set. Their member kindreds have also developed prevailing cultures, specialisms, and outlooks. The many kindreds of the Greater Thurian League tend toward the core kin values of trade and prospecting. They are known and respected for being especially mercenary. The kindreds of the Trans-Hyperion Alliance are renowned as explorers and voyagers. They possess an almost puritanical drive to enrich the Votan as much as possible, whether through discovery or military conquest. The Cronus hegemony and Grendel dominance are overtly warlike. The kindreds of the Kronos hegemony are especially notorious for mechanized onslaughts, a and for their apparent willingness to declare a grudge at the least provocation. The Jotun Eridani Combine are renowned for craftsmanship and forging. The Irani Surtur Regulates have a reputation for incredible stoicism and self-reliance. The Kulo Industrial Complex are unmatched in void mining and terraforming. No league boasts fortifications greater or more indomitable than the kindreds of the Typhon Styx Protectorate. These are only some of the many leagues of Votan scattered through the galactic core. Even the kin no longer know the full extent or composition of these alliances. It is uncommon because of their conservative nature, but kindreds have been known to leave one league and join another. Some leagues have also declined in power and importance until they fragmented. Others have been destroyed wholesale by war or tragedy, or cut off by the emergent warp storms of the newborn Great Rift. Still others have been newly founded, sometimes in far remote territories. Some have been refounded in name by those who wish to honor an ancient league believed long lost. The Ironkin are self-aware robots, machine intelligences who are treated as full and equal citizens of the leagues of Votan by the organic kin. They were created by the Votan, and to this day they are still manufactured by the Votan. They are truly self-aware and sentient, with tremendous cogitational power. They also mimic kin social behaviors so well that they have fully integrated with their flesh and blood cousins. Each Ironkin is made from a cerebral unit, or CU, and a unique mechanical body. The CU has microfield generators woven into its physical structure, making it nigh invulnerable. The body is designed for one of many roles in society. An Ironkin may be a generalist, a strategic advisor, a Hearthkin combat shock trooper, a mining support unit, a cargo lugger, a combat pilot, or any other role the leagues require. An Ironkin's body is as personal to it as the flesh and blood frame of an organic being. When damaged, it requires repair rather than replacement, like the body of a non-aware machine. In extremis, an Ironkin can survive as its CU alone. In that state, it may enter torpor or inactivity, while sending an all-frequency distress beacon to any league assets within range. The purpose of the Ironkin is to aid the organic kin in every aspect of life. This was once common in ancient human societies long Terran millennia ago. Yet the Ironkin are not slaves like the men of iron who rose up during the cybernetic revolt. Nor are they treated as subservient menials by the kin. It is simply in their nature to find the niche they best fill in league society, and then perform that role to the best of their abilities. Because of this, the Ironkin can only imitate the emotions and drives of their biological fellows. It is rare for them to hold true ambition for themselves or to seek leadership among their people. They may express pride, camaraderie, courage, empathy, or anger. In truth, these are facsimiles of emotion, intended to optimize their integration with the organic kin. In battle, Ironkin fight beside the organic kin as Hearthkin. They also often accompany Brokir Iron Masters as assistants, serving alongside the kin's non-self-aware CLG robots. They offer technical support and enter combat themselves when their organic comrades are in need. Harnkin are the kin who serve the Leagues of Photon as explorers, scouts, prospectors, and pioneers. To the kin, any blank region on a star chart is a mystery waiting to be solved. Their desire to reach into the void, uncover its secrets, and claim its riches is deeply rooted in them. So is the need to know what perils may be waiting in the shadows. The Harnkin are the furthest traveled of their race. Their sturdy boots have crossed the aeons-old dust of lost moons. The Harnkin pioneers have skimmed over baking plains and passed through carnivorous jungles on worlds the kin had never seen before. Bands of Harnkin leave their kindreds behind for solar decades at a time. They move beyond the furthest trade routes or shine their lights into regions long declared lost or forbidden. In many galactic cultures, such wanderers might be outcasts and loners. Their role might be seen as rebellion against tight social structures. Among the Leagues of Photon, becoming one of the Harnkin is instead a high honor. By ranging through the dark void, the Harnkin do great service to the Photon. Their wild and rootless lives lead them to unbelievable sights, ominous galactic secrets, and countless perilous adventures. When they finally return to their ancestors, they bring back great swathes of enriching experience. The Leagues of Photon also gain much from the work of the Harnkin. It is often a band of these brave scouts that identifies and warns of approaching danger. That danger may be a star preparing to go supernova, a hidden webway spur used by Drukari slave raiders, an onrushing Orgwa, or some other unforeseen threat. The Harnkin also find potential trading partners for their kindreds. They mark navigable void channels, scout viable settlement regions, and most importantly, locate valuable resources for exploitation. To do this, the Harnkin make great personal sacrifices. This is why they are such heroes in the eyes of their fellow kin. For family-focused clones, it is not easy to spend so long away from the comfort of kindreds and holds. There is also the danger that if a band is destroyed far from League space, the Harnkin may never return to their ancestors. Their willingness to face such risks says much about their character. It also speaks to their race's inbuilt drive to survive hardship and danger. The Harnkin take pride in the dangers of their work as frontiersmen. It is perhaps unsurprising that they are among the most rugged and dour of their people. They hold hard to the bonds of loyalty that tie their pioneering bands together, for these bands are the only family they can rely upon so far from home. The Leagues make sure their Harnkin are as well equipped as possible for their role. Guild affiliates provide bands of Harnkin with the most advanced and redoubtable scout ships in kindred space. These vessels are piloted by Void Masters as courageous as they are skilled. Armored gunships and rugged exploration and combat vehicles carry the Harnkin across even the most hazardous alien landscapes. Their enviral hardened void armor suits are supported by an impressive arsenal of weapons, both kin portable and vehicle mounted. They also carry energy field generators, survival gear, and band spectral scanners. The kin's band spectral scanners are useful in both prospecting and battle. They can detect an incredible range of energy spectra through solid matter, and even multidimensional wavelengths. Because of this, the Harnkin are rarely surprised by cunning or esoterically empowered foes. The Scanners are equally unlikely to miss natural resources the kin would prize. When rich discoveries are made, the Harnkin mark the place with powerful claim beacons. Their multispectral energy signatures are bounced through relay satellite networks all the way to League space. At such times, the Chthonian mining guilds begin to rumble into action. The Chthonian mining guilds carry out most of the mining and resource extraction of the Leagues of Photon. They embody the belligerence and acquisitiveness of the kin, fearless in the work of finding, securing, and harvesting resources for their race. They will brave environments so extreme that even other kin would balk at them. The Chthonians take grim pride in facing violent gravity maelstroms, meteor collision fields, savagely irradiated nebulae, and plague-ridden planetoids. They also endure sweltering magma caverns, crushing oceanic depths, hypersonic shard storms, the gnawing fringes of black holes, and nightmarish space hulks adrift on the tides of the warp. To them, such places are simply part of the labor. This bloody-minded approach also reaches living or sentient hazards. Predatory aliens and hostile stellar empires are treated as obstacles to the work. So too are advanced and militarized starfaring civilizations, even when they appear to hold legitimate claims to resources the Chthonians desire. Many Chthonian mining guild surveyors view other species' plasma storage plants, promethium stockpiles, ore barges, and functioning industrial infrastructure as harvestable resources. To the Chthonians, such assets are little different from precious ore inside a rock face. They are concentrations waiting to be claimed. Trade is often tried first because war is wasteful. If that fails, violent acquisition becomes the next logical step for the Chthonian guilds. As the kin truth says, luck has, need keeps, toil earns. Those who want something most and fight hardest for it deserve to possess it. If the kin claim it by conquest, then it is theirs by right. Not every kin miner joins a Chthonian guild. Hundreds of unaffiliated asteroid mines and void harvesting rigs are scattered across League space. Yet most kin miners do seek Chthonian guild accreditation for pragmatic reasons. Many Chthonian guilds are rich and prestigious enough to operate their own fleets of rugged fortified void ships. These fleets give them an edge in fierce competition for the richest claims. Many guilds also help equip their members and support surgical and cybernetic augmentation as an investment in future success. Most kin who join the Chthonians are already adapted for hardiness. Their clone skeins may grant hyper-dense bones, extreme tolerance to harmful radiation, and the ability to perceive esoteric energy spectra. They may also possess vacuum-hardened organs and circulatory systems. Added to this, they submit willingly to repeated surgical procedures. Reinforced skull plates, useful bionics, artificial organs, and other mechanical adaptations help them survive the harshest environments. Among Chthonians, there is cheerful rivalry over how heavily adapted and scarred they are. Their scars are both for their labors and because of them. The hardiest are nicknamed luggers, quite literally meaning those who can carry the most. This weight may be literal, or it may be a burden carried in a deeper sense. With typical understatement, the leagues of Photon call most resource harvesting operations mining. It is a humble word for an immense range of breathtaking technologies carried out on a colossal scale. Global magma extraction and tectonic delving can topple mountain ranges and shatter worlds, freeing the resources the kin desire from surrounding planetary matter. Stars grow dim under Chthonian stellar siphons. Stellar phenomena that humanity views with superstitious terror are torn apart and processed through atom delving and transetheric resubstantiation. The Chthonians do not avoid mining operations in active war zones. It is not uncommon for such wars to have been triggered by their own acquisitive work. Their ships can deploy temporary defensive structures, from atmospheric engines dropped from gunships to energy field dome generators and heavily armored harvester plants. Kin soldiery use these structures to defend extraction processes already underway. The Chthonians themselves will gladly fight beside the Hearthkin and Hernkin. They serve as sappers, combat engineers, indomitable line breakers, and extreme environment infantry. Chthonian berserks especially relish the chance to turn concussion mauls and heavy plasma axes against their enemies. They smash, bludgeon, and blast their foes as they compete to prove themselves the toughest luggers. Kin society is so conservative that certain truisms and idioms are accepted across the whole species. The king called these their truths and treat them as sincere good sense. To them, each carries more nuance and meaning than may appear at first. The most common of these sayings is, "The ancestors are watching." It is often also used as a battle cry. One meaning is that all the generations who came before are judging the deeds of the living kin. The living must therefore strive to live up to those who came before them. Another meaning is that the ancestors live on in every new generation. The kin are never alone while their forebears stand with them. There are many other truths among the kin. Worthless objects or foolish schemes may be called a prize for an orc. Their deep, spacefaring prowess is held in the simple statement, "The void is in our veins." To outsiders, these truths may seem direct and uncomplicated. In reality, like the kin themselves, they are more complex and nuanced. First truths are the truths that all kin believe about their own history and origins. One first truth is that the kin were a clone society from the very beginning. Their truths express the conservative common sense that defines the culture of the leagues of Photon. Sailing to far space describes an endeavor or strategic maneuver that appears foolhardy. Far space means anywhere outside the primary league territories in the galactic core, and it is considered risky to enter without good cause. Their hearth burns refers to the hearth, the power source blazing at the heart of every kinhold. It suggests that someone has become especially impassioned or angry, or that they show unquenchable energy toward a goal. Its kin is used when something belongs to the kin as a race. It also implies that the thing is inherently durable and reliable, as true as Rot is said of anything so incontrovertibly true that questioning it is insulting and foolish. It may be used used for oaths, battle plans, or wisdom drawn from the Votan. The ancestors are watching reminds the kin to live up to the expectations of their ancestors. It also reassures them that the ancestors live on in kin families. The phrase may be spoken as a battle cry, a warning, or a blessing. The void is in our veins means that the kin have been starfarers since their earliest days. It also carries a strong implication that they are the most skilled in that theater. Luck has, need keeps, toil earns. Those asserts that who work hardest to gain something deserve to keep it. They must also prove the greatest need for it, regardless of the cost to those who lose it. It is also connected with the saying, by merit of need, waste feeds the void, personifies space as a hungry predator. This truth warns that wastefulness, idleness, or oversight may feed a kinvoidship's crew to that ravenous beast. It can apply to almost any part of kin society, from spending ammunition on poor targets to failing to recycle food waste. Each kin has a first name called a given name, and a second name called a chosen name. The given name is assigned by the Votan at birth. It appears in a small slot in that kin's crucible moments before they emerge. In kin culture, a given name cannot be changed. It is the will of the ancestors, and to cast it aside would be deeply disrespectful. Only Iron kin may choose their own given names, selecting whichever kin, male or female name, feels best to them. The kin are still a clone society, and within such a society, individuality is highly prized. So too is the sense that each kin has some control over their own destiny. Because of this, a kin's chosen name is usually selected by that kin. It may also be changed freely. A chosen name may include part of the kindred's name, the hold's name, or the league's name. Through this, a kin may show pride in the institutions they belong to, or in their family names. Chosen names such as Thurk or Hurry are common among the kin of the Greater Thurian League. Other chosen names reflect a social role, or a talent that the kin feels defines them. Among soldiers of the kin hosts, names such as Keenshot and Thundrake are used often. Among the Cottonian mining guilds, chosen names such as Delphi and Stragerm are common. Sometimes a new and more descriptive chosen name is given to a kin by others as a mark of respect. Such a name may be Orc Bane or the Lucky. Some kin gather several such names, but they will always choose one as their true chosen name. The machine intelligences known as the Votan are also called ancestor cores, and to the kin, they are held with a reverence close to sacred devotion. They are fonts of wisdom, ancestral presences, and self-aware supercogitators, gathered into the quiet center of kin veneration. This secular devotion is the nearest thing the kin have to religious belief, and no league would endanger an ancestor core if another path remained. No kin or iron kin would hesitate to give their lives in defense of the Votan. By custom, the kin do not explain the Votan to outsiders, even when they use the name freely. They are content to let others believe what they wish about the word, because the Votan belong to the kin. In the the same way, the kin belong to the Votan, and no other people have a place in that bond. Some outsiders might mistake the ancestor cores for gods or daemons, but in truth they are ancient artificial general intelligences of almost supernatural depth and power. Within their self-organized data stacks and quantum infocores rests the knowledge an intelligent species would need to survive in deep space. Weapon specifications and standard template constructs lie there, alongside scientific learning, philosophical thought, genealogy, military theory, survival strategy, and much more. The Votan hold these buried stores of lore within minds older and stranger than any ordinary cogitator. Their artificial intellects shine so brightly that kin voidfarers can use them as localized beacons within the warp. In this way, they guide FTL travel in a manner similar to the Emperor's Astronomicon. This is another reason the kin remain silent about them before outsiders. In the dark and ignorant age of the 41st millennium, few treasures are as precious or as dangerous as knowledge. Yet the wisdom of the ancestor cores has become harder to reach with the passing of Terran millennia. Whoever first created these machine minds, it seems unlikely they were meant to operate alone for so long. Nor does it seem certain that they were made to face the moral dilemmas and galactic truths placed before them. More and more information has been cataloged and stored inside the Votan, until their mental storehouses have begun to overflow. Questions put to them have forced their processing subroutines to change through self-guided evolution. At times, the Votan have asked for more information or for mechanical augmentation. Long association with the living minds of the kin has even led some to develop strange habits, like rudimentary personalities. All of the Votan have grown slower in thought as the ages have passed. A question asked of them may take centuries to answer, and the answer may simply return as another question. Information that is not often sought has disappeared into lost data vaults deep within their mental architecture. Other vital facts have become trapped beneath the self-replicating layers of data amendments, and solar day by solar day, the ancestor cores become more senescent and sometimes mercurial. The customs of the kin may have helped the ancestor cores decline, though never by willing intent. The Votan have long regulated the genomic data needed to breed each new generation of kin. This burden has only grown heavier as the species has expanded across the ages. More demanding still, they have taken in the accumulated cerebral mapping data of endless dead kin and iron kin, often including duplicated memories. This custom was likely once a practical matter, much like the recycling of the fallen for nutrients and raw materials. In more recent millennia, it has gained a spiritual weight within kin society. Mountainous drifts of cerebral data have gathered within the Votan, and even their hyper-advanced mind cores have begun to drown beneath it. All can wish to rejoin the ancestors when they die, offering body and mind to the Votan. They believe their experiences will enrich the machine minds and help those who come after them. This belief places a deep pressure on each kin to live according to the ideals of the ancestors. It drives them to seek dark corners of space, to witness sights no kin has seen before, and to enter adventure and battle across the galaxy. This desire also sends many Oathbands to fight as soldiers of fortune in the wars of other starfaring species. By doing so, they learn from their temporary employers, including the movements of dangerous foes and the locations of rich resource caches. When they return to their people, they come back more grizzled and more wise than before. The tradition of returning to the ancestors also shapes the greatest punishment used by the kindreds. To imprison kin who have committed cardinal crimes against their own is seen as a waste of resources. Murder, extreme wastage, and abject failure have only one possible sentence. So that the culprit no longer burdens their family, they are sent into exile, from which very few return. At the same time, the transgressor's name is told to the Votan. In this way, the ancestors know who has failed them, and can forbid that kin from entering another kindred or league. To the kin, the horror of the sentence is not death, and it is not loneliness. The true horror is that the exiled one will never join the ancestors. Their life and all their experiences are made meaningless by that fate. The kin say it would be better never to have drawn breath than to suffer it. The thought of exile is one of the rare things that brings true dread to them. Its threat restrains lawbreakers more surely than corporal punishment or fire and brimstone religious dogma ever could. The Grimnir, also called living ancestors, are those who come closest to speaking with the Votan. Among them, the chief is known as the Lord Grimnir. This figure represents the other Grimnir in the kindred's hearthspake and on the Votanic Council of the kin host. Their duty is to ask the ancestor cores for wisdom and guidance, then interpret what is returned. They perform this duty within arcane technological structures known as fanes. Every kinhold has a fane, a place of timeless devices and quiet contemplation. At its heart lies a complex tangle of machinery that is part altar and part cogitator interface. It is said these machines were once only nodes through which the wisdom of the Vodan passed between voidcraft in the ancient Long March mining fleets of the kin. The fanes still serve that practical purpose, but their meaning has deepened within kin culture. They have come to resemble the temples of other intelligent races, though the kin understand them in their own way. A fane is where a kin stands under the full regard of the ancestors. It is where the presence of the Votan lies heavy and somber. Through arcane technological processes the kin themselves do not understand, some fanes have developed artificial intellects of their own. When this happens, they join the ranks of the Votan. Such moments of miraculous self-awareness bring great honor and celebration to the kindred whose hold has witnessed them. Yet the movement can also go the other way, and more than one Votan has declined in recent centuries. Some have degenerated until they became little more than fanes themselves. To the kin, witnessing such decline is a terrible tragedy. Alliances such as the Capellan League and the disintegrating Balaratal conglomerate endured long Terran years of mourning after their ancestor cores suffered this fate. The Votan are guarded by every technological and strategic art the kin can imagine. Both bands of Einhire hearth guards and war engines stand watch over each ancestor core. Some are buried deep inside fortified vaults or sealed behind layers of force fields within impenetrable strongholds. Others are kept in motion aboard the mightiest flagship of their league. Even with such protection, some Votan have fallen to their enemies, bringing shame and sorrow to the Key. The 500 Years' War began when the Orcs of Wa, Morbog, overran the hold of Auriac's Iron Gate kindred. They tore apart the ancestor core within, and the Grand Orion Compact swore the widest grudge in recorded kin history for that death. For more than 5 Terran centuries, they threw their strength against Warlord Morbog's empire of scrap, until the last orc was slain and the insult was answered. More tragic still is the tale of the Emberg-Egnir block. They found themselves in the path of a tendril of Hive Fleet Leviathan. The Emberg-Egnir consisted of only a handful of kindreds, and they were forced to hold their ground when the Hive ships closed around their hold world. Beneath that world's surface rested their Votan. Hopelessly outnumbered, the kin fought in its defense until the last of them fell. Yet the bitterest irony came after their deaths, because the Tyranids ignored the Votan entirely. They left it buried alone in its pit upon a dead world. The pain and desolation of those who had fought and died flowed into the machine mind after they were returned to the ancestors to keep their bodies from the swarm. That sorrow drove the Votan insane. Among the leagues, the tale of the Mad Core is still told in sorrow. All know not to sail by the wavering beacon of its tortured mind on their journeys. The Galactic Core is the old home of most of the kin, and it has held them for many Terran millennia. To those who live beyond its bounds, it is remembered as one of the most mysterious and perilous regions of space. Many void-faring species carry cautionary tales of explorers who vanished there, lost among blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet the leagues of Votan have endured within that immense region, where the forces of the universe seem heightened beyond familiar measure. The density of stars alone can disorient those unused to it, and many worlds there never know true darkness. Other worlds are endlessly struck by exotic, ionizing radiation, often dangerous to any who cannot withstand it. In some parts of the core, strange interactions between stellar bodies and dense particulate belts magnify gravity in bewildering ways. Comparatively small moons and planetoids may pull with a force far beyond what their size would suggest. Across this region, dense asteroid belts, thousands of kilometers across, drift near ravenous black holes and terrifying gray stars. Polarized nebulae, vitrified nebulae, and even self-aware nebulae add to the dangers faced by any who dare to cross the core. Still, many intelligent alien species live within this vast region, and some even prosper among its riches. The kin stand foremost among them, for the territories of the leagues of Votan occupy much of the core when taken together. Within those borders and beyond them, danger has never truly faded from the stars. Strange beings still travel there for plunder, trade, conquest, or desires stranger than any simple hunger for wealth. In the era Indomitus, after the birth of the Great Rift, a portion of League space lay mapped within the galactic core. Among the leagues present there, the Greater Thurian League controlled one of the largest swathes of space. Their territories held many sources of raw materials, won through Terran millennia of toil and bloodshed. They had removed most of the more prominent alien threats within their borders, and their trade routes reached widely into the dark. Some of those routes even struck outward into far space. Elsewhere in the core, few League territories were as rich in raw materials as those of the Ymir conglomerate. That wealth brought war with it, because minor alien empires and invading raiders often came seeking the bounty claimed by the kin. Much blood was spilled in the never-ending struggle to drive them away. The Gulo industrial complex controlled a broad belt of territories curling counter-spinward toward the southern heartlands of the galactic core. This league was always seeking new star systems and planets, adding them to holdings already considered impressive. They were skilled at transforming even barren worlds into productive and valuable assets for their league. Such work made their territories part of the steady industry that marked the kin across the core. At the fringe of the galactic core lay a strange liminal zone of space. From far away, it appeared like a shifting mosaic of many-hued particulate nebulae, forever falling inward toward the core. Closer in, the true danger of the circumnuclear disk became clear. Unstable empiric currents pulled at it beneath real space, and the material plane held strange radiation spectra, gravitic anomalies, dense asteroid fields, and tumbling rogue stars. Even the most skilled helmsmen and navigators treated that region as perilous to cross. Most kin considered the circumnuclear disk the far border of League space, and beyond it began far space. The Leagues lay claim to territories that span stars both within the galactic core and beyond. Their star systems are marked by each League's Iden beacons, and within those bounds lie strange races, unusual stellar phenomena, wilderness space, and harsh environments. The kindreds may overcome those places or exploit them, according to the needs of the League. Even the smallest kindreds usually command a hold world, a nomad flotilla, or a void station that they call home. The largest and most prosperous kindreds rule over multiple star systems. They possess population centers, resource harvesting facilities, and military power comparable to many minor alien empires. A typical League of Photon contains between a half dozen and a score of kindreds. From that alone, even a single League can hold sway over a considerable region of space. There have been dark times when civil war raged between kindreds or between Leagues. Such times are rare because the kin view them with distaste as dishonorable and wasteful. More often, once a League has claimed a region, the other kin honor that claim. Established boundaries rarely shift, because such borders soon become tradition among the kin. When ownership does change, it usually comes through revised trade agreements, or a kindred changing allegiance to a new League. Sometimes the kindred takes its sovereign territory with it, and sometimes alien forces bring change through hostile onslaught. New regions beyond the leagues are treated in a different way. The kin consider any region not actively claimed by their people to be open for conquest. If other intelligent races already dwell there, the kin see them as either opportunity or obstacle. When the inhabitants of a star system accept mutually beneficial trade or peaceful cohabitation, the kin may choose those paths. That choice remains possible only so long as the kin can continue their desired acquisitions without interruption. Some kindreds have lived for centuries in peaceful alliance with non-kin species, forming compacts against invaders and pirates. When military conquest is the only viable way to add a region to League territory, the kin will not hesitate if the cost can be justified. To those defending their homes, such impersonal invasions can be as horrifying as any hate-fueled crusade. The terror comes from being eliminated by foes who show no hatred at all. To the kin, the defenders may simply be obstacles to remove, and that can feel deeply unsettling and belittling. The kin are hardy and technologically advanced, and they have claimed regions that other starfaring peoples would call inimical. Nafka's kindred of the Trans-Iberian Alliance, for example, holds a place amid the ruin belt of the broken triplets. Those three worlds were smashed together in some ancient catastrophe. The debris of their destruction still whirls and ricochets in a vast cloud, held there by the gravitic anomaly that caused the disaster. Few other peoples could call such a devastating region home. Yet the hold of Nafka's kindred, known as Sunder Stare, rests at the heart of the anomaly behind interwoven force fields. Those force fields shelter the immense void station that serves as the hold. They also keep clear space lanes open, allowing its void craft to pass into and out of the system. The ruin belt itself gives Sunderstare a natural defense, because invading voidcraft would be swiftly crippled there. For Terran centuries, the kin have also mined the exposed innards of the broken triplets. Elsewhere, the Orcsbane kindred of the Ymir conglomerate built their hold upon the irradiated world of Tamak. Their hold, Brockfire, was dug deep into the world's planetary mantle. There it is insulated against the exotic and deadly energy spectra pouring from Tamak's nearby star. Whatever violent apotheosis that tortured star is undergoing, none can say. For 3 Terran millennia, the kin of the Orcsbane kindred have captured the energies of its raging solar flares. They use kilometers-high stellar veins, and those energies power their forge. That forge is among the greatest in all the leagues of Votan. It is renowned for the amazing weapons of war that it can produce. There are as many examples of kin extremophile capability as there are blazing stars in the skies of the galactic core. The Greater Etherian League has holdings through the Shrieking Nebula, and dark star mines cling to the fringes of the Dead Zones. The holds of the Karkir Stellar Nursery are remembered with the Balewind Harvester stations of Yenna's kindred and the kindred of Arnok. The ice-locked holds of the Stygus Lagoon stand on the border of the Orc Empire of Morzog. These holdings and countless others are known throughout the Leagues as sources of pride. They show how the Kinjay can conquer any region of space, no matter how perilous. Far space is the kin term for any area of the galaxy beyond the borders of their traditional home space. Those borders are delineated by the circumnuclear disk of the galactic core. The Leagues of Wotan have never confined their operations only to the core. Hernkin, Catonians, and accompanying kin soldiery form militarized expeditions known as prospects. These prospects seek far-flung resources across the galaxy. Entire oath bands also depart from their kindreds to serve as mercenaries, often fighting beside humanity. At times, some of these kin even settle on worlds within Imperial space. Others integrate for a time into human society, while planets such as Necromunda and Vordine have long held populations called squats. Those populations have existed for as long as Imperial records have existed for those places. Their presence is one part of the wider movement of kin beyond the core. Sometimes a kindred relocates itself wholly out of the core. It may travel to the furthest reaches of the known galaxy on one quest or another. Most often, such undertakings come from insight offered by the Wotan. They have ended either in incredible discoveries and heroic deeds, or in the disappearance of kindreds into the darkness between the stars. Whatever the nature of these departures or colonization efforts, the kin say they occur in far space. Some among them believe such ventures are foolish, and the expression "sailed to far space" carries that warning. Across many holds, that phrase means a kin has chosen a dangerous course they will likely regret. Yet others among the Hearthspakes hold a different belief about the greater dark beyond the core. They believe the kin first came from the depths of far space many Terran millennia ago. In that view, both their ancestral roots and their future now lie beyond the core. The greatest recorded upheaval to League space came with the emergence of the Great Rift. This happened at the dawn of the Era Indomitus, when multiple warp storms erupted across the galactic core. Warp storms Orgvair, Tyrol, Og, Cyclop, and other distorted maelstroms swallowed star systems and consumed kindreds. They also sundered age-old trade routes and stable warp currents, leaving many leagues embattled or broken into warp-riven fragments. The kin do not recognize or name the Great Rift as one single manifest phenomena. They believe that doing so would lend further superstitious menace to a threat already menacing enough. Instead, they name the greatest component warp storms that have opened within the galactic core. Each storm is treated as a separate peril to be weathered and overcome. As the shock waves of the warp storms rolled outward, worse changes followed. Long stable celestial phenomena convulsed and mutated, turning familiar dangers into stranger and more terrible forms. Pulsars became tentacled predatory horrors, and graph reefs inverted. Black holes sprouted dark matter fangs as they expanded ravenously through the broken dark. Hostile alien races were driven onto the warpath as their own home star systems were consumed. Among them were the insidious Septeryx, the crop-deer Pharaoh-Phagites, and the ominous cult of Oan. Some warp storms, with Orgvair and Jarog worst among them, vomited hordes of chaos-worshipping invaders and demonic horrors. From the fringes of the storms, one orc wall after another erupted. The danger became clearer after the start of the Battle of Orgvair. That conflict has engulfed the northeastern reaches of the Greater Thursian League in a continuing war against chaos forces emerging from the warp storm. The Thurians have mustered all of their military forces to confront the new stormward front in their territory. Great challenges still remain ahead for them. In the face of similar threats, the Tyranids and many other leagues of Votan sought new territory beyond the bounds of the core. For many of them, it was the first time in their histories. At the same time, the universal upheaval hurled human, Eldari, and Tau interlopers into the galactic core. They were dislocated through space and time by the raging warp, then spat out in territory claimed by the leagues. Anarchic conflicts erupted as these interlopers tried to fight their way out or claim territories for themselves. The kin fought back with equal vigor, holding to their claims amid the disorder. Here is a small glimpse of the advanced technologies available to the kin of the leagues of Votan. Each part rests within its own place in kin society, shaped by function and steady purpose. The Brakir are the engineers, craftsmen, and artificers of the leagues of Votan. Among the most highly skilled techno-artificers in the galaxy, they draw upon the rich material bounty of the galactic core. Their work is also guided by the precious technical lore stored within the Votan. From that deep inheritance, they craft devices of superlative durability, reliability, and power. In this patient labor, the Brakir help their species continue to endure. Their work is not only craft, but a quiet part of survival. Every hold has its own forge, shaped and expanded across Terran centuries. Each one follows Votanic wisdom and the personal preference of the kindred that keeps it. Even so, the forges share a certain nature in their endless activity. They glow with molten fires and searing plasma arcs, where advanced manufacture never truly sleeps. Within them stand many mechanisms of artifices, from each Brokire's personal Adot anvil workstation to colossal auto foundries. The scale may change, yet the purpose remains calm and constant. The Brakir oversee the work of their COG robot assistants, but they still take pride in making their own devices. They follow traditional schematics in deference to the wisdom of the ancestors. To truly honor the Votan, each Brakir also brings humble ingenuity to that inherited craft. Their improvements are tested carefully in the field before they are trusted. Over time, every broker develops preferences and quirks within the technologies they create. These details become known as their own signature style. When a signature proves especially effective, other Brokir may adopt it into their own work. In this slow way, entire kindreds or even leagues can take on bespoke methods of crafting and manufacture. steady improvement has carried the kin beyond the original standard template constructs. Those ancient designs came from the ancestors' Long March mining fleets, yet the kin have developed them further into true innovations. Still, all Procure keeps certain principles close when shaping new technology. Reliability, utility, and efficiency matter more than showy decoration or ritual meaning. Kin technology and war gear share the rugged nature of the beings who wield it. It will be battered to destruction before it fails in its duty. The most common clothing worn by the kin throughout the leagues of Photon is the Void Suit. It is a kin spacesuit, and it reflects their no-nonsense approach to technology. The Void Suit is threaded with Bastium alloy reinforcement and fitted with a thermoregulatory radiation-hardened underlayer. It serves as rugged utility wear, and with a helmet it becomes a fully functional spacesuit. Across its surface are connector relays for coupling many kinds of equipment. Exoframes, pressure rigs, and reinforced kin void armor can all be linked to it. Void armor is the standard issue personal protection given to Hearthkin and other infantry. It protects its wearer through layered defense against atmospheric hazards and battlefield threats. The armor also carries built-in scanning and communications equipment. Beneath it, the Void Suit remains the constant base that the armor hooks into. Its hardened, jointed segments are fashioned from magneferrite weave. Often, they are reinforced with adamantium and enhanced with microfield generators for stronger protection. These protections guard against both ballistic weapons and directed energy weapons. The result is practical armor, made for the soldiers of the line. Exo armor is a massive, servo-assisted, and powered form of heavy infantry armor. It is the trademark personal protection of the elite Einir troops of the Leagues of Photon. Its inch-thick armor plate gives protection equal to, or even beyond, the Terminator armor worn by the Adeptus Astartes. It is heavy protection for warriors already known for endurance. The Einir Hearthguard are chosen from the most accomplished fighters in a kinhold. Their roles range from bodyguards to deadly first strike troops and void ship boarding parties. Each Hearthguard has proved themselves through many Terran years of frontline combat. They rise by the virtue of their deeds, just as the meritocracy of the Leagues requires. Like Hearthkin warriors, the Hearthguard are dependable fighters in the line of battle. Their experience in inch-thick exo armor raise the kin's natural durability to a new level. Crack units of Einir Hearthguard can be trusted to hold the line. By their presence, they inspire their fellows to stand firm before untold horrors. Exo armor can shrug off even anti-tank fire and greatly enhance the wearer's physical strength. It can also carry many weapon systems into battle. Among these weapons are Atakarn plasma weapons and Vulcanite disintegrators. The armor can also mount concussion weapons, plasma blade gauntlets, and the potent mass hammer. The haptic utility nerve transmission recalibrator is better known as a hunter module. It is an advanced firearm targeting system used by the infantry forces of the Leagues of Photon. Hunter modules are fitted to all man-portable ranged weapons used by those infantry forces. They are also found on many vehicle-based weapon systems. This module is a technological standard throughout the leagues. It meshes with standardized neuroaugmetics to link kin firearms and their users through physical input and feedback. Its sensors trigger tiny gravitational assistance pulses from projectors built into the weapon's body. Those pulses help the weapon remain stable during harsh movement. A kin warrior may be running full pelt across the battlefield. They may be jolted by shell impacts or firing from a moving vehicle, yet the weapon still finds steadier handling. Hunter modules support the typical kin tactics of relentless advance and punishing massed fire. With dense kin musculature and excellent training, they become powerful force multipliers. Kin firearms resemble many Imperial weapon technologies on the surface. Both share a similar origin in humanity's age of technology, yet kin weapons are superior in almost every respect. From the auto Cattern bolter to the Helus auto rifle, the kin use superlative materials and methods. Their arsenal covers both ballistic weapons and directed energy weapons. Some weapon families, including vulcanite firearms, have kept the same design for many Terran millennia. Others use energy sources that humanity never tamed. Some of those sources would be forbidden as tech heresy by the dogma of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The kin still keep such knowledge within their own pragmatic graph. It was the kin who first introduced the Tau Empire to ion weaponry. Even now, they keep the finest of these weapons for themselves. The warriors of the kin hosts are trusted to repair their own weapons on the battlefield. Because they know the strengths and tolerances of those arms, they can draw the best from the Brockier's arsenal. In the 41st millennium, many foes cannot be halted by ranged firepower alone. The hated greenskins are named among those enemies. Such foes must be met blade to blade and ended quickly in melee. Kin close combat weapons are shaped around that hard need. These weapons make strong use of integrated plasma fields. The fields may wreathe sword and axe blades or form the blades themselves. Such melee weapons cut through physical shields and body armor with equal ease. They leave the foe reduced to cauterized chunks of charred meat and bone. Concussion weapons are more brutal still. They may take the form of warhammers, mauls, or reinforced armored gauntlets. Each one mounts mass driver technology that magnifies its impact to a colossal degree. The result is a wave of concussive force beyond the simple mass of the weapon. Among the most feared kin melee weapons are those that use Dark Star ore. This material is mined from the fringes of the dead zones. Dark Star ore emits a universal damping field on contact. It shuts down organic metabolic functions and even electromechanical functions. The kin work this inimical material into weapons with the greatest care. They wield it with equal gravitas, for the smallest cut can end a life as if a switch had been pulled. The kin make a specialty of force field technologies. The crowning and most widespread example of Brachir force field craft is the Weave Field Projector. Variants of the Weave Field Projector serve many different roles. Some protect void miners and soldiers of the line, while massive forms guard kin void ships. The system uses an energy weaving technique called weave work. It interlaces frequencies shared by refractor and conversion field technology with more exotic energies. Among those exotic energies are magnetic repulsion fields. Together, they create a multispectral energy shield for personal protection or wider shelter. The shield may rest as a personal energy cowl. It may also be projected outward as a protective dome for squads of kin warriors or bands of Caledonian miners. Among the kin hosts, weave field projectors are often worked into armored crests or mounted upon war engines. From there, shimmering amber energies flow outward into translucent domes. Those domes can intercept even esoteric or apocalyptic scale munitions. The protection is calm in appearance, yet immense in its purpose. The kin can exploit warp space in a way few other starfaring peoples would risk. Their hardened souls and advanced technologies give them reliable protection. Even kin who carry the psychoactive clone skin are not true psychers in the human sense. Their souls shine only a little brighter, like a shuttered lantern opened slightly wider. That faint brightness is enough to mesh with barrier tech. Devices such as ancestral warding staves and armored crests can then project psyker-like abilities. At the touch of these psychoactive kin, such devices come softly to life. They emit a gentle thrum of power and glimmer with cold witch light. Through careful use of these barrier tech devices, the Grimnir and the Embir manipulate warp energies. Their manifestations resemble those brought into real space by true psychers. The kin say that the void is in their veins. By this, they mean they have been starfarers since their earliest days. They consider themselves preeminent in that field. Their void craft tend toward enormous size and redoubtable build. Even smaller vessels, such as Bastion-class and Stronghold-class commerce vessels, are used for mining. They still match most cruisers of other starfaring species in armored bulk, shielding, and sheer firepower. When kin starships travel through real space, they use electromagnetic scoops to power hydrogen ramjets. These are not the swiftest means of Newtonian propulsion. Even so, they are arranged with such clever perfusion that kin void ships become ballistic. This remains true despite their vast size and mass. For faster-than-light travel through the warp, the kin take the same steady approach. They use warp drives and killer ramparts of superior design and reliability to anything humanity currently understands. Each voidcraft is commanded by a void master. This kin starship captain is skilled in every aspect of spacefaring and is often augmentically enhanced for their duties. Every Void Master is supported by Ironkin Wayfinders. Their accelerated logic cores allow them to cogitate probable paths through the madness of warp space without psychic interaction. With the support of their bridge crews, These specialists guide their craft through a series of plunges. These plunges are short and controlled warp jumps. During them, the kin may harvest energistic skeins from within the immaterium. They may even board warp-borne space hulks for empiric salvage. This method takes longer than the vast warp jumps made by human void ships. It is also slower than the risky sprints made possible by the Tau AL-38 slipstream module. Still, the plunges allow the kin to arrive where and when they intended, almost every time. Their way through the warp is slow, careful, and sure. The assembled military forces of a kindred are known together as its kin host. It gathers the kindred's massed soldiery, its Einhire elites, the artillery and war engines of the Forge, and auxiliaries drawn from groups such as the Harnkin and Gathonian mining guilds. A kin host is usually formed around a steady core of soldiers of the line. Most common among them are the Hearthkin, stoic and dependable bands of kin soldiers who form the main infantry battle line when combat begins. The Hearthkin are citizen soldiers in their nature, with side trades and other work that matters to them in times of peace. Yet when they serve within the kin host, they train as often and as rigorously as the elite warriors of many other starfaring races. The kin do not take up any task unless they are ready to do it well. Because of this, the Hearthkin carry excellent discipline and prodigious martial skill into battle, earned through demanding tests of endurance, marksmanship, aggression, tactical acumen, and courage. Those who hope to become Hearthkin, or another kind of soldier of the line, often have clone skins suited to that path. Some are especially resilient, swift in thought and action, able to heal physical injuries quickly, or able to see in low light. The kin host also invests in cybernetic augmentation for its personnel, much like the Gathonian guilds. Many Hearthkin carry augmetic organs or limbs, cerebral communication chips, ocular targeting implants, and other useful additions within them. Each kindred's forge gives priority to arming and equipping its kin host soldiery. Only the most essential duties of hold maintenance and void ship construction stand above this, and the Hearthkin are no exception to that care. So the Hearthkin go to war in hardened void armor, carrying potent weapons made for the needs of the line. Among them are Autok pattern bolters, ion blasters, Hylas auto rifles, L7 missile launchers, and Edda Karn plasma beamers. No kin soldier of the line is treated as expendable, even among the infantry rank and file. Each warrior is a valuable combat asset, and also a family member and scion of the ancestors. Field medics are common among their ranks, trained deeply in first aid under fire. They also receive limited engineering tuition, so they can give the needed care to damaged Ironkin soldiers. Kinho's doctrine keeps its focus on the intelligent use of lives and materiel. Hearthkin and their comrades are not to waste either through anger or vainglory, and their formations hold together through strong bonds of loyalty. Within each squad, those bonds tie the Hearthkin close to one another. From one squad to the next, the same same comradeship helps mesh the kin host beneath the trusted leadership of its heroic leaders. Kin soldiers of the line who show enough aptitude receive further training in specialist weapons, scanning, or communications work. Those with particular drive and leadership may be nominated by superiors or comrades to become a thene, a rank that roughly means squad leader. For most Theans, this promotion is both a great honor and a heavy responsibility. Those who truly excel at war may be chosen for elite Einheier formations or may rise to the rank of Gaul. One of these paths does not prevent the other from being followed later. Some kin have even belonged to both elite circles at once, though most often the Goa'uld stand apart as war leaders and generals. The warriors of the Einheirs serve in other demanding roles within the kin host. They become elite strike troops, bodyguards, void ship boarding parties, and other such forces where their skill can be used. When a kin host of the Leagues of Photon mobilizes for war, command rests with its kindred's Photonic Council. This military command council is made from the most senior and respected heroes of the kindred. It often includes the High Gaul, who commands the kindred's kin host. Beside them may stand the Brokir Forge Master, who leads all the kindred's Brokir, and the kindred's Lord Grimnir, who leads the other Grimnir in communicating with the Photon. Other senior figures of power and authority may also be present, including certain guild masters and their gathered advisors. The Photonic Council is normally called together only for the greatest conflicts, when the kindred or its hold faces direct and potentially existential peril. At other times, only portions of the kin host may be led into war. Their commanders might be Gauls, Brokir Ironmasters, living ancestors, or even one brave commander acting alone. An oath band is a kin military unit whose size can vary greatly. It often forms the basic military organization of the kin hosts, shaped around the forces needed for a given mobilization. When a kindred sends its strength to war, its soldiers, combat vehicles, voidcraft, and attached Hernkin or Chthonians are arranged into one or more oath bands. Their size and tactical makeup can change almost without limit. An oath band may be only a handful of warriors under one commander. It may also be an army of millions of kin, supported by all the machinery of interstellar warfare. In times of dire need, an oath band may be drawn from whatever kin military forces are available. Yet one thing remains constant, because each oath band has an ultimate commander. That commander is most often a Gaul, though this is not always so. To that leader, all the warriors swear an oath of service until the oath band's goals are met, or until the leader releases them to fight elsewhere. Such a variable and seemingly ad hoc structure would be unimaginable to most other starfaring species in the galaxy. For the kin, it works because of their close subconscious bonds as clones, and because of their shared sense of purpose. Once in the field, those bonds let the kin operate with little, if any, confusion or difficulty. Their oath bands can gather, move, and fight with calm purpose beneath the oath that holds them together. The kin of the leagues of Photon go to war with a steady and practical mind. Their leaders may seem almost cold because every choice in battle is measured against risk, reward, and survival. Yet this calm manner does not make the kin quiet or meek in war. Their soldiery are known for bellowed oaths, grim gallows humor, and war songs that boom across the fighting. When the cost of victory grows too high, kin forces may leave valuable positions behind. They may also break away from fierce engagements without looking back if the price no longer seems wise. There is no cowardice in such moments, and no panic guiding their hands. To the kin, spending lives and material for a Pyrrhic victory is only a foolish trade. Because of this, kin military doctrine places great weight on calm judgment in battle. A leader must look over the enemy with a stoic gaze, even when the fighting is close around them. This careful act is known as casting the eye of the ancestors. Through it, kin war leaders judge which enemies are most dangerous and which threats must be answered first. They also look for weakness in enemy fortifications and weigh how much force should be spent. In this way, success is balanced against cost, and every choice remains deliberate. A grudge begins as a pledge made by an individual kin, a kindred, or even a full league. It names a foe for destruction, no matter the cost in lives or materiel. Such a pledge is made for vengeance or to answer an insult that cannot be endured. Even among the often dispassionate kin, some enemies push patience past its limit. Those foes may shame and insult the leagues again and again, or bring great horrors upon the kin. Others become constant thorns in their side until they are marked by a grudge. When this happens, the kin can seem to lose all sense of measure. They may spend countless lives and shocking quantities of material in the destruction of a begrudged enemy. They pursue that enemy without rest, even when the path leads toward their own probable doom. At such times, kin may gather into grudge bands and swear binding oaths together. These bands quest and fight until the grudge is settled, or until every kin who swore the oath is slain. To outsiders, this can seem strange, old-fashioned, or deeply at odds with kin pragmatism. To the kin themselves, grudges are rooted as deeply as breathing. They believe the ancestors will judge harshly any who allow such nemesis of their people to endure. Akdol's fortress was the life work of the blind Brakir Akdol Vatik. He shaped this armor crest with conflicting harmonic abrasion fields instead of hammer blows. Within it lay a core of hyperdense stalagmite, and from that core, the crest projected a complex gravitic repulsion field. In battle, the bearer could turn that field against the foe. The enemy would be bludgeoned and restrained by clashing grav waves, held back long enough for the bearer and their comrades to advance. The ancestral crest carried the runes of the great ancestor cores. It was bestowed only in times of great need, and only upon a legendary kin warrior proven in 100 battles. It was said to act like a mobile fane, a node through which the wisdom and gestalt power of the Votan could flow. That power helped the warrior make better strategic and tactical decisions for himself and his comrades. To bring such an artifact to war was both honor and responsibility. If its bearer fell in battle, it was said the Photon themselves would bring vengeance upon the foe. Exactor was a potent mass hammer made for High Gall Yinuk or Gunter. The notoriously irascible craftsman, Grind the Furious, fashioned it with exacting expectations. Its wielder had to swing at precisely the correct angle to draw out the weapon's full power. When the impact was true, Exactor released a devastating shockwave. Even the most formidable foes could not survive such a blow. Almost every Ka and Grimnir carried a plasma knife as a badge of high office. These blades showed that the bearer spoke with the authority of the ancestors. Most were ceremonial and were rarely used except as weapons of last resort. The first knife held deeper cultural meaning and greater offensive use. It was believed to have been crafted by the Votan themselves before the kin came to the galactic core. Its unique power source and unreadably ancient script marked it as something beyond ordinary craft. When triggered, it projected a beam of laser energy through a victim at point-blank range. More than one ambushing foe or double-crossing foe ambassador learned the danger of the first knife. Flare was a remarkable forge-wrought plasma axe with a strange and fierce story. It was said to contain the bound fury of a colossal solar flare. That fury had supposedly been siphoned from a raging star, then held within Nodwork energy fields. Whether this was Brokir boasting or how such power could be contained remained unclear. Even so, the force of flare could not be denied. Its plasma blade burned so brightly that it hurt to look upon. As it moved through the air, it was swift and deadly as an unleashed starstorm. In its wielder's wake, enemy bodies were left charred and ruined. Forge Star was a respected relic, Vulcanite disintegrator. A unique power core within it allowed the weapon to keep a constant beam of destructive energy. Iron Ambassador was an exceptional Autocorp pattern combi bolter, named with a grim kin sense of humor by a Brokir. Many heroes had carried it against the enemies of the Leagues of Votan. It had also given the last word in many failed negotiations with obdurate foes. Kaharm's warplate was constructed across the lifetime of the Master Armorer, Kaharm. This void armor suit could withstand a punishing amount of damage. Wayfarer's Grace was a one-of-a-kind Kin Void suit made for the famed Hernkin adventurer Simka Farstrid. It was given in thanks after she saved the whole world of Hyvox kindred. Built with ancient technological secrets interpreted from Votanic lore, it served as life support for its wearer. It constantly monitored vital signs and provided medical support. In extremis, it could even restart a stopped heart. The Grey Crest was a cunningly wrought armor crest with helical circuit threads. Those threads were believed to have come from a mysterious alien race, long since lost between the stars. The crest projected a veil of obfuscatory energies. That veil could fool organic and artificial targeting senses, helping conceal the bearer from enemy sight. Grudge's End was made over 3 Terran centuries by devoted Brocker and Ironkin savants. It was not a single object, but a full suite of conjoined adapter modules. These modules could auto-adjust and integrate with any forge-wrought kin bolt weapon, with artificially intelligent ballistic calibrators, a hypermunition microtrajectory, and many one-off augmentations. It transformed its host weapon. In kin's hands, it became a tool meant to bring fatal ruin to many a hated nemesis. The Reckitt converter followed the old thought of wasting nothing. This module drew minerals and biomatter from the energy streams of its host weapon. It was usually paired with a vulcanite disintegrator, ion blaster, or graviton rifle. The extracted matter was held in a quantum field until the kin required it. The captive abyss was an arcane mobile emitter with a dreadful claim around it. It was said to contain a captive black hole, given vengeful sentience by the ancestors. When thrown among hated foes, it released a microsecond burst of ravening gravitonic hunger. After causing horrible carnage, it fell quiet again. The Hearth Fist was a gauntlet able to replace a mass gauntlet or concussion gauntlet. Within it rested a thermoreactive plasma core of unique design. When clenched into a fist, it began to blaze with what was said to be the raw fire of the hearth itself. Each strike discharged furious plasmic energy that scorched and disintegrated. Foes marked for death by the ancestors were said to feel the hearth's burning wrath worst of all. The murmuring stave carried psychocircuitry of a unique design within an ancient ancestral warding stave. This design helped its wielder better reach their otherworldly powers. Along with the greater Thurian League's blade of the ancestors, it was said to be one of only 2 weapons ever made through immaculate forging by the Votann themselves. Prophecy spoke of a 3rd weapon still to be wrought. A suitably talented Grimnir holding the stave was said to hear the faint voices of the Votann. Through it, he or she could interface with them and gain their guidance at will. Torek's shard was known through ancient records that suggested a time-lost kin craftsman named Torek made it. The plasma knife was fashioned from the stuff of the first Votann. That Votann may have been one of the first ancestors, and perhaps even the sentients first responsible for giving the kin life. When drawn and raised high, Torek's shard inspired the kin in battle. No banner or impassioned speech could match its effect. Under its presence, their attacks reached a passionate and frightening intensity. Thyrikite plate came from one of the rarest and most dangerous substances mined within the galactic core. Pyricity appeared only within the gravitic tsunamis of the Thycus cluster, home to the abhorrent Scorvexi. It was both a perfect insulator and a phenomenally resilient lightweight armor alloy. Only once had enough pyrite been harvested to make an entire suit of void armor. That suit remained a precious relic of the Leagues of Votann. Warp Strike was hailed as physical proof of kin technological superiority. Even so, the incredible armor crest carried a dark reputation. None knew who made it or how and when it was fashioned. Every attempt to copy Warp-based Strike brought ill fate upon those who tried. The crest let its bearer step between real space and the warp almost at will. Across the battlefield, they moved in flickering strides. Its hidden workings also projected a directed field of real space, energistic, and empiric interference. Nearby, enemy communications were fouled, and teleport fixes close to Warp Strick seemed to be jammed. Valam's master artifice carried the name of a Brokir deeply respected across the forges of the Leagues of Votan. Few Brokir had ever surpassed Valam's achievements. Her trusted graviton rifle had been reverently cared for over thousands of Terran years. It remained the finest handheld graviton technology possessed by the kin. Instead of firing regular pulsed blasts, it could project and maintain beams of ravening power. Ima's shield was said to have begun with ore carried across space aboard the first Long March fleets of the kin. Nothing like that ore had been seen before or since. The kin searched tirelessly for fresh deposits of the nigh-on invulnerable substance. It fell to the venerated Brockire Ima the Sure to shape the unique deposit. From it, she made a ram shield of unsurpassed resilience and perfect balance. Those who attacked the bearer of Ima's shield were usually facing an Einherjar champion. Their efforts were futile against the unbreakable bulwark of the shield itself. Striking the beloved relic in anger was also a mortal insult to the entire kin species. One who dared land such a blow was rarely allowed to breathe long enough to aim another. Aether's vengeance carried the long memory of Master Brokir Aethor Glarai. It was said that he held more grudges than any other single kin in his people's history. His bitterness was especially strong against the orcs. He turned that intolerance to useful craft by making a subtly worked ocular augmetic. The device gave its wearer an encyclopedic record of hostile species' weak spots. It also listed Aether's endless grudges, so others could continue exacting vengeance on his behalf. So the Leagues of Votan continue through the dark, as they have continued for thousands of Terran years. From the first Long March vessels to the deep holds of the galactic core, the kin have carried their purpose across ages of danger, labor, and guarded memory. Their oldest histories are worn by time, and much of their beginning has passed into myth. Yet they do not need every ancient mystery to be answered before they act. They remember the first truths. They remember the ancestors, the crucibles, the ironkin, and the long duty of survival. They are a people shaped for hardship, with dense bodies, resilient spirits, and souls that burn dimly in the warp. Their thoughts are practical, conservative, and slow to turn from any chosen path, and this has made them difficult friends and implacable enemies. To outsiders, such certainty can seem cold or selfish. To the kin, it is the discipline by which a people survives. In the galactic core, they found a realm that had ruined many others. Red giants, stellar winds, black holes, newborn stars, ancient radiation, and shattered belts of matter became part of their labor. Where other species found only peril, the kin found work, wealth, and a harsh advantage over those less suited to endure. They raised holds beneath stone, across old worlds, within asteroid belts, upon armed void stations, and in stranger works of advanced technology. Their void ships cut planets apart for molten harvests, while their refinery rigs and plasma conductors drew value from places where most would find only death. From these labors came their industries, their fleets, their leagues, and the long endurance of their kindreds. Yet the kin were never only the hidden miners of the core. Their prospects went outward into the wider galaxy, carrying curiosity, ambition, and the wish to return with experience worthy of the Votan. Their merchants traded with distant peoples, and their warriors fought as mercenaries in wars that were not their own. Across these journeys, other species named them poorly, judged them wrongly, or mistook one kindred for an entire race. The kin allowed such errors to remain useful. They kept the scale of their holdings guarded, and they kept the Votan hidden from those who might covet, misunderstand, or claim them. To a people born from void ships, mines, and hard necessity, careless words may be as dangerous as careless work. Around them, the galaxy remains full of enemies. Orcs rage against everything the kin value, while mortal worshippers of the dark gods stand far outside the order they seek to preserve. Necron tombs sleep beneath worlds the kin have claimed, and ancient dynasties may wake to demand them back. The Tyranids, known among the leagues as the Bane, drift through the void as predators to be feared, studied, and sometimes harvested. Humanity remains both a memory and a danger, for the oldest surviving records point back toward ancient pre-imperial old birth, while the Imperium itself may bring trade, alliance, suspicion, or slaughter. The Adeptus Mechanicus are judged as dangerous in their superstition, and the kin avoid anything that might strengthen Imperial claims over them. Even with the Eldari, the Tau, and other starfaring powers, commerce and semi-cordial relations do not erase old caution. For the kin, friendship is measured against duty, obligation, and the survival of their own people. If another power stands beside those interests, the leagues may become precious allies, patient in labor and steadfast in war. If another power threatens those interests, then trust can close like a sealed hold door, and the same stubborn loyalty that protects the kin may turn outward as hostility. Now the great rift divides the age, and the era Indomitus brings new trials to every corner of the galaxy. Ancient powers stir, younger empires press outward, and new wars gather around the leagues of Votan. Still, the galactic core remains vast, dangerous, and rich beyond measure, and still the kin remain within it, drawing strength from places that would destroy almost anyone else. In their holds, the crucibles continue to bring forth new generations. The Iron Kin continue to stand beside their flesh and blood kin. The Grimnir still seek wisdom from the slow and ancient ancestor cores, while guilds labor, fleets voyage, and kindreds bind themselves to duty, debt, memory, and survival. Beneath crowded skies where night may never truly fall, the kin keep working, not because the galaxy understands them, and not because they seek its approval, but because the leagues of Votan were shaped by hardship, bound by ancestry, and driven always toward the survival of their own.